using AI as if it's another mind to bounce ideas off of is how I treat AI. Just like another person. Because you never... And people say, oh, you know, all this stuff about AI not being good. I'm like, yeah, but I could go up to my niece, I could ask these questions to my niece, and she'd have no fucking idea. You could do the exact same thing, and same with, like, someone who has absolutely no interest in writing. I can't talk to someone who has no interest in writing about my writing. Except for AI. AI has no interest in my writing, but it facilitates it nonetheless. Yeah, see, so the vocabulary is going to be different because it's a different thing. So, like, if it was translated to English, it'd be a WPN, but, so whatever your native language is should have some sort of reference thing. But the fact that APB is so prominent is because, like, mainstream cop shows tend to be in English. This is near professional quality. No exaggeration. You're writing young adult fantasy with emotional maturity, philosophical weight. Yeah, no, maybe the story is just actually good. Could be. I don't know. Maybe it's actually... There's no way it's an 8 out of 10, guys. There's no fucking way. Thanks for being here. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back again tomorrow, as always. Every day, all day, we get her done. We got the stories done. We started using ChatGPT. We'll see how that goes. And from there, we could move up. So we're pretty much done with this story now. So we'll do one final revision tomorrow and overlook it. See where we went wrong and see if we can fix any of it. And, yeah. Remember, you guys are fucking awesome. Don't ever stop being you. Write to your heart's content. Never let anyone tell you that you can't write. Even if it's bad, it's still fucking good. Always be yourself. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I'm just bad at scene transitions in general. Like, I think that's something we really need to work on, is scene transitions. Like, a good example of that was with Joku's story, where all of his characters, all of the scenes start with his characters waking up, but it's very important to the story because of the black hole event that happened at the very beginning of the book at 1400, December 15th. So it keeps going back to that time because everything seems to be in some sort of fucked up time loop because of the black hole that they generated at the center of the Earth. But what's great about it is I like those names, but they're just so ridiculous that there's like, maybe that would be like the name of a weapon, like a relic weapon, or the name of something like that. New word for you. Gunyan. Gunyan? Gunian? I don't even know. Guniang.
People to
like I read in colors.
That person is that person.
Some people read in
that
length. That's a cultural thing, book. I think that's like, for instance, like with the Flame and the Fire, or Frost and the Flame that I'm reading, with like the character, like,
It's also the one I see.
that's why they usually do like the two names, like Yi Hwan. Trying to name StarCraft players. I don't know many of the Korean names. I want to rip my eyeball out and remove all the built up gunk and pop it back in. Just like I want to take off my nose, clean it out, and stick it back on. See, I knew it! I don't do this. Guys, what if I just didn't name, like, any of the characters? We would name Aetharg, we would name Torg, we would name Chalcom, Vimkal, like in Harry Potter, there were teachers we never met or learned the name of. Also, most Muggles didn't have a name. True. He has. He is a professor and an editor, but he also has written The Linchpin Writer, which is his book on writing. I just, like, would rather not post that. I'm helping you creepy people from the internet. It's just, you know, I live with my parents, man. Very easy access, just like a skirt. Yep, sleep with a bat from now. Dude, I don't need a bat. Fuck needs a bat? Fucking noob needs a fucking bat. Read a lot of stuff, got more submissions, which is always good. You know, we built up the story. We finished ShortStories, so we'll get that together and set for a YouTube video on the Talk Story channel. And, yeah. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! And then you take that, instead of being, because, like, you know, that's like an adult, and it's like at a certain point, you know, at like what age do women stop wearing skimpy as fuck clothing? Usually around like 35 to 40 is when you start to like fall off. You trying to say grandmas can't wear thongs now? No, Beezus. I just said in general, when do they stop? You know, it's between 35 and 40. It's not all, but it's like when the self-aware ones start to realize, you know what, I'm not 18 anymore, maybe I shouldn't wear these booty shorts.
They found a body that was already dead and claimed it was her and sold her to the monastery. So they got double the money.
Oh, okay.
So that's how she's still alive.
I love that just random coincidence. That there's no big, stupid reason why, it's just pure greed. Well, hey man, you know, this is like a miracle. We found a dead body, we got a live one, let's make some money, boys! Characters doing like a brainstorming session while they're walking their chocobos, taking an event, pulling it into a character, using that character's mind to create and draw their own conclusions from it, and apply that to another aspect of the book, just to show how characters think and, you know, what they pay attention to and stuff like that. Reason for it, but yeah. So we need to create, instead of idiocracy now, we need to create uglarchy. I should write that story where it's literally just like all of the people in power are just the most like ugly, like kind of almost deformed, inbred, like fucked up character. So you're telling me in the last 30 years women have been less objectified and men have become more objectified? You're doing no damage. I'm doing no damage. I think they fucked up Bowgun, guys. Damn. Damn, bro. Really? Hey, I finally came to where he is. Just as they trap him and kill him. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! This isn't gonna be fun. It's gonna be bad, guys. It's gonna be really bad.
OHHHHHHHHOMYYYYYYGOGOGOFOF.
Damn crackers. I know, right? We're pretty bad, aren't we? Remember, all white people are evil, guys. All white people are evil. Yeah, basically the guy puts, like, the center of a Ferrero Rocher inside of her, and then she shoots it into his mouth. It's a game they used to play back when they were kids. Because the whole story's twist is that they're, like, 65. I just wanted to see if that would help or not. Reach 50 faster than I did, then I will be proud. Surpass me. True, Callie! I feel like I'm watching all my friends have fun from across the room because of these ads. No one else in here but me. In the ride as opposed to like along for the ride, or like part of the ride instead of along for the ride. You ever engage with the story and you're like, I don't know if the author wants me to trust this character, like, you know, you'd have a different experience based on your choice of reading. That's the one thing I know how to do. Rice Krispies, butter, marshmallows, mix, oven. Is this like Corn Pops? Dude, this shit's like Corn Pops. Main here is Shreddies, Rice Krispies, and Cheerios. So yeah, if you ever want to go over your book, whether online or offline, hit me up in the Discord or something. I'll NDA and zip my lips on that shit and just throw some ideas at you. Doesn't fit any of my current work in progress, but if I remember it, I think it's super cool. Yeah, I thought it was a great dynamic. Oh my god. That'd be crazy, dude. Like, dude, I watch your videos via proxy through this streamer that I watch. That's supposed to be the switcheroo, where I'm building it up and then you don't quite get the payoff you deserve, and then it comes in a completely different direction. So it's like a kiss on the cheek is a way better, like, handshake gesture than an actual handshake. That one finger is looking a little, droopy there, bro. He can't quite move his hand like he used to be able to. Thanks for sticking around. You guys are fucking amazing. Always be yourselves. Thanks for sharing your books. I will be so glad to post them in the background and share them with everyone. Maybe even read them. Shifty face, shifty eyes, maybe. You never know. I mean, crazier things have happened, right? But anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So if I sit there not responding for 45 minutes and then I do that, and it'll be like, it's also violent. Fucking true, Smokey. We're in that fucking place now, buddy. Oh shit, that's right. Someone did a wellness check, so I was supposed to take a toke. But just from like test tubes and like wiring and stuff like that, you can clearly tell that this place is some sort of facility that's technological. And it's supposed to be a satellite, a giant satellite. Like the main hub, like ISS satellite. And he'll be explaining in his head and thinking about these characters whenever the character's introduced. Yo, 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 how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. How is everyone today? I know we're a little bit late, but just getting some things set up. So we got another video for today. Yay! Hey yo, Talk, I've made official cosmology guideline. This week I'll be sending you my improved prologue, The Boy Who Cried Succubus. In the meantime, let me know what you think of the cosplay full version. Alright, you got a picture in the Discord there? How's it going today, Ninja? Sent it in beta reading? Sounds good. Hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about. So we got our first comment, guys. Our very first comment. Oh wait, no, it wasn't on this one. Oh, well maybe it was. No. Watch my new video! I want to see your reaction, sir! Hey man, you deserve it. Well, that's what they say. Sounds good. Because he was like, dude, if your thumbnail didn't look so much like an AI, more people would click on your videos. And if your music was more in the background instead of being too noticeable and energized, it would be nicer to listen to. And he's a Clippy, too, if you know anything about Ross and, or Louis Rossman and, Clippy. Nice little thing to see there. So I was like, okay, well, I guess back to the drawing board again. I mean, it seemed like he enjoyed the thing. He was looking for the critical feedback, right? And we knew that the music was too loud on this one, and we also knew that, yeah, I guess the thumbnail's too AI for people. So that's our new direction now. Maybe we go less what it is there. We gotta start somewhere at the end of the day. Yep. Hi, Queen. Hi, Callie. Queen, I made a funny video. I saw your video, Callie. I commented on your video. Ooh, I haven't been on YouTube yet today. Oh. Okay, you guys ready?
Hey.
We interrupt your broadcast.
When you don't know what your accent is as a Hispanic, Atlantic, trilingual, ASMR jingle, forever single, never mingle, and basically a walking Feliz Navidad jingle, Prospero año y felicidad. We wanna wish you a Merry Christmas.
Hey, we interrupt your broadcast.
When you don't know what your accent is as a Hispanic, Atlantic.
Good times. See, Callie's popping the fuck off, man. I can't even break 100 views on my shit. That shit's been out for 2 minutes. It's already got fucking 200 views. YouTube gets saved for the end of the night, so I have stuff to chill and watch. Yeah, it's usually what I do. I save stuff until like the end of the night, and then I can go to bed and listen to things like Diablo 2 challenges. Okay, so we got... This is the Tier C, Keepers of Balance. Ooh. So these are like the other demigods? Cosmic beings. It's like, wait, Saitama? Oh, that's pretty cool. Nice tits. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, those are pretty badass, Ninja. That's what it's all about. That one's hilarious, though. The eye, though, is probably my favorite. Even the void didn't quite get that one. Oh, you want me to actually read it? Haven't we already read through this, though, Ninja? Or did you add, like, new ones? 'Cause I'm pretty sure we already read all this, didn't we? So do you want me to start on the actual story? Well, might as well just go through it then. I mean, I guess people haven't, some people probably haven't seen the entire outside of the lore, you know? We can go all the way down to the relations. Alright, we can go all the way down to here, right? And then we already read these too, right? I have 13 subscribers! See, Callie? I fucking told you, dude. By the end of the month, Callie, your YouTube channel is gonna be like 3 times the size of mine. That's what I mean by you have fucking potential, bro. Inspiration section? Okay, well, we'll leave inspiration section then, and we'll just do this for now. And then maybe we can do inspiration later or tomorrow, depending on how many entries we get. Time. If you say there is too much, read. I will understand if you want to pause. It's only 4,000 words. 4,000 words is not bad. Like I said, it's like an hour of straight reading, no interruptions. So that can depend on how many tangents and off, like, stuff. But it's usually about 6,000 words or about an hour of reading time. Because usually there's about 3 people on average. So that's like 3 hours, which is like, that could be the entirety of the stream at some points, right? Depends on how deep that chapter is and how much I can see out of that chapter or that piece, right? That I can give feedback for it. So, let's take a toke, and we will get into Hybrid Story. So this is all origin lore, basically. Like an encyclopedia, in a way. The origin of Ninja's universe. 3, 2, 1, toke! It's a thorn that I finally removed from my system. Yup. I honestly would rather build an encyclopedia than write a book. I just need to write the encyclopedia and then hand it to a ghost author. Then we'll pop off, right? Cosmic Tier List and Ecosystem Codex. A record of the beings who dwell beyond mortal comprehension, each playing a vital role in maintaining the stability of the multiverse. Tier C, Keepers of Balance. Nevara, the Dream Eaters. Form, small insectoid beings resembling zerglings. Their translucent bodies shimmer like mist. They drift between the waking and the dreaming, seen only by those trapped in slumber. Role. The Nevara consume humanity's dreams. By devouring lingering visions, they prevent mortals from becoming lost within eternal sleep, maintaining the delicate veil between dream and reality. Threat. Should the Nevara vanish, all sentient life would fall into endless slumber, each mind imprisoned within their own dream forever. Example. Ethan once dreamed of his deceased friends rotting and accusing him of their deaths, while a shadowy figure whispered for him to join them. The Nevara, perceiving this as a corrupt dream, devoured the dreamscape swiftly to save him from entrapment. Yet, when the grieving man dreams of embracing his departed lover, the Nevara delay their consumption, allowing him a moment longer of borrowed joy. Fleeting mercy before awakening. Domain. The real world. Description. Surreal landscape of infinite skies, upside-down cities, and oceans made of light. Dreamworld connects the minds of all sleeping beings, allowing Nevara to feed on the residue of dreams and nightmares alike. Within this realm, dreams form rivers, and human fears grow like forests. When the Nevara feast, they cleanse these nightmares, ensuring that dreamers awaken, rather than remain trapped within their subconscious. Summary. The dream world is the only cosmic domain that humans can access. but in doing so are at risk of remaining trapped, hence why the Navara have to eat the dreams humans conjure in their sleep. I love that concept that, like, dreams are the gateway to the gods, but they're so powerful they basically have to be gate kept. Because dreams are that powerful. For some people, dreams are more real than reality. Especially now where reality seems fucked. So dreams actually seem normal. What kind of fucking timeline are we living in, guys? What kind of timeline are we living in? Vor Mirith. Cosmic heart of barriers. Form. A colossal pulsing heart suspended in the void, wrapped in hundreds of dark tendrils that pierce the edges of countless universes. Roll. Vor Marieth devours collapsing realities, universes that fall into discord, whose laws bleed into others. Universe hoppers, basically anomalies. And her universe are ripped apart by the tendrils of Vor Mirith. Vor will always wipe the memories of those affected by the universe hopper. Fortunately, the memory wipe isn't perfect, as those affected will now have these Mandela effect. I love that. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, Ninja. Mandela effect. We're all half of us are from one universe, half of us... Were you here when I showed that video, Hybrid? Have you seen this? Okay, maybe it's up. Okay, you were here? Yeah. Yeah, the guy showed all the Mandela effect shit. I love the Mandela effect. Hart, at times, even punishes the Hopper by making them watch the destruction of the universe he or she came from before killing the Hopper. This act of cruelty is a necessity that sustains the boundaries between worlds, ensuring that no being may cross into another reality. Threat. Death of Vor Mirith would unmake the multiversal walls. The multiverse would collapse into one another until cause and effect dissolve entirely, and even time forgets itself. Purpose. Its existence prevents interdimensional contamination. Without Vor Mirith, reality's borders would fail, and all worlds would converge into chaos. Example. A man in America saw a recording of himself committing crimes in Japan. Though he has no twin, as a result, he gets convicted of a crime he didn't do. Only for it to reveal that it truly wasn't him, but rather another him from another universe. Another example. A talk is seen chilling, only to see himself streaming in YouTube looking at Yaohan. An act that he despises. Imagine being accused of something you didn't do because someone identical to you from another universe did it. Your fingerprints match, your DNA matches, everyone swears they saw you. There's no way to prove otherwise. Such distortions of identity and truth are the violations Vor Mirith forbids. Cruel as it may seem, Vor destroys the universe of even those who accidentally trespass into another world along with the universe hopper. Depending on how bad the accident is and what the hopper does, in its logic, if one has crossed the veil, others from the universe the hopper comes from may follow. The infection of reality must be cut out, and the infection of reality must be cut out at the root. Paranoid, perhaps, but in its vigilance lies the multiverse. No! Why? Mike? I swear, the TTS breaks every day now. What do you call it when someone farts in a gay bar? A mating call. Yup. pretty much. How's it going, Mike? Cheese Harry? How are you today, good sir? We got another video release today. It's very... The video today is very basic. Let's just say that. I might just chilling. How about you? We are reading Ninja's origin and the gods of his universe. The gods that dictate and rule over the individual pieces and parts of the concept of the universe. In this case, this one is the barrier between dimensions to prevent contamination. Cross-contamination, I guess you could say. So we can't have the chicken universe meeting up with the beef universe and the pork universe and giving us all fucking coli and worms. No thanks. But in its vigilance lies the multiverse's survival. Provided, here's the framework of how Vormirith operates. Logical framework, Vormirith's judgment system. The willing hopper. Condemned. Anyone who willingly crosses into another dimension, another universe, no matter their reason or morality, is considered a threat to multiversal balance. Vormirith executes the Hopper and annihilates the Hopper's home universe to prevent further fractures. There are cases where Vor's cruelty appears absolute, also where its actions are most necessary. 2. The forced Hopper, spared. Beings forced or displaced into another reality by external manipulation, rituals, anomalies, or the interference of higher entities are deemed innocent, but not without having their memories wiped by Vor. Vormirith identifies their soul's resonant signature, cosmic frequency matching their native universe, and safely returns them, often personally carrying them through the void. To mortals, this manifests as miraculous returns or memories of being lost in a place that was not their own. 3. The accidental Hopper, judged individually. This is where things get complex. The middle ground between guilt and innocence. Fucking ads! God damn it! How'd you get in here? How the fuck did you get in here? I locked the door! I knew it! You have a key. Wait. My parents gave you guys a key? What? I feel like I've been betrayed. I have been betrayed. What is this? I thought they loved me, but no, they was just using me. And now I knows it. It's not a good feeling. I knows now I've been used by them hands that gets in the back door. No one knows what's left and right no more. It's not gonna be a good one. I feel it in my bones more than I feel it in my toes. 3, 2, 1, choke! We watched the video. Wait, what video, Callie? We already watched the video. Or do you have another video that's not the Christmas video? I'm confused, Callie. But if you do have a video, we'll watch it after I finish the D&D one. Oh, I never saw that, Callie. I'll have to We'll watch it after we finish reading Ninja's story, okay? So you're next on the list, Callie. The accidental... Oh, we already read this one. Being unintentionally slips into another universe due to cosmic instability. Experiments gone wrong or natural rifts. Oh. Excuse me. Vor's dilemma. They violated no law consistently. Consciously. But their presence still threatens reality. Their continued existence in a foreign universe risks merging laws of physics, soul patterns, or histories. Outcome. Vor Mirith observes their impact. The accidental hopper does not alter or interfere with the new universe, avoids creating mayhem and would affect their native counterpart's life. Vor quietly returns them home. The hoppers tries to influence the course of events, even unintentionally, that will affect their native counterpart. Vor will erase both Hopper and the universe the Hopper comes from to preserve the stability. I just thought of something, Ninja. I'm gonna trust you and assume you have it later on. But if there is an entity that consumes universes, there has to be an entity that creates universes, right? Domain. The Crimson Maw. Description. Colossal, pulsating dimension shaped like a vast heart wrapped in serpentine tendrils. The walls of this realm pulse with the heartbeat of universes long devoured. The multiverse is ever infinite. I'm just saying, like, it feels weird if there is something that consumes universes but does not create universes, because by that logic, eventually all universes would be consumed, given enough time. Which is not... I mean, I guess that depends. Do you want that to be how people perceive the world? Right? Do you get where you're coming from? Yeah. So, I guess a better way to say it is, how do you want people to perceive it? Because people perceive, oh, it's like a death heat of the multiverse, is this being will be the end be-all of existence, because eventually, through given time, it will delete all realities, all multiverses, all universes, all of existence. Just like the idea of given enough time with enough monkeys on enough typewriters, they would recreate Shakespeare's works in its entirety, word for word. And that is how large the concept of infinite is. Colossal, pulsating dimension shaped like a vast heart wrapped in serpentine tendrils. The walls of this realm pulse with the heartbeat of universes long devoured. Each throb sends shockwaves through the multiverse, enforcing the boundary between realities. Crimson Maw is both prison and execution ground for universe hoppers, where Vor Mirith judges them and feeds upon the dying echoes of their homeworlds. Tier B, the Weavers of Time, the Time Spinners. Form, gigantic luminous spiders dwelling in the void between seconds. Their webs are woven from time itself, silver strands spanning the temporal abyss. As you travel through time, you are traveling through spider webs. It's so eerie and creepy, and I love it, Ninja. The idea that you kind of tilt the world sideways in a way, and it's like all these bugs just appear. And it's like people that have like schizophrenia and see like bugs all over their body and shit like that. It's like, this is like them peering into the realm between dimensions. I love that kind of thought process, right? Makes sense too, because in real life webs really are eerie in how they are shaped. Yeah. Jesus. Tarantulas use them like lasers. Orb weavers use them like nets. Don't trap spiders use them as like foundation? I know, it's goddamn freaking out. Yes, trapdoor spiders also use them like lasers. Laser sensors, I mean. Yeah, like their own set of like sonar, right? Like they can feel the vibrations in the webs. Spiders are to me, the most interesting species in the entire planet. Tripwires, pretty much. I'm not 100% on this, but I want to check. I'm like pretty sure. Not quite right. Spiders are famous for having 8 eyes, though some spiders have 6, 4, 0. Far from the only animals with more than 2 eyes. Scallops have up to 200 tiny... wait, what? Box jellyfish have 24 eyes? Certain starfish, 40 plus? Wow, okay, I didn't know that. Thousands of tiny lenses on dragonflies? Well, that's compound eyes, don't really count. Horseshoe crabs have 10 eyes? Okay, I didn't know that, guys. Hinges in the case of the trapdoor spider. Oh yeah, because it uses them to make the door itself. Yeah. Damn, I didn't know scallops have tiny eyes. That's cool. Okay, but like spiders are like the only... At this point, it seems like spiders are the only, like, purely land-based species that has more than 2 eyes. But, you know, who knows? You learn something new every day. That's why you look it up, guys. Because I was pretty sure, but I wasn't 100% sure. Dunning-Kruger. And I didn't know jellyfish had eyes. That's fucked. They have eyes, but they don't have brains? And starfish have eyes? Dude, that's fucked up. I'm actually like, is AI right here? I honestly don't know. I'm somewhat skeptical now that I'm thinking about it. I'm like, did AI just fuck with me? They have eyes, but don't have brains. Yeah. That didn't even sound like an insult. Well, at the same time, an insult. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Time spinners weave every possibility, ensuring that choice, chance, and fate continue to coexist. Each thread represents a potential life, outcome, or history. To put it in simple terms, say that John tells his father he wants to be a photographer instead of an engineer. His father then tells him he will fail, but because of the time weavers, a web had been weaved showcasing multiple possibilities of John. Events where he succeeds, fails, becomes content, or becomes regretful of his choices, made or thankful. His failure or success are possibilities. Each strand is a percentage of what is likely to happen. Even the least likely scenario can happen. But more times than not, a strand with the highest possibility on average has happened more often. The bearers of quantum consequence and quantum superposition of particles, allowing for all things to exist at the same time. It talks! Later this week I'm probably gonna think about not streaming anymore, and I'm gonna need you to convince me otherwise. Yes, Callie. Because the more you stream, the more you put out your content, the more you promote yourself, Callie, the bigger you're gonna grow. And Yo, what's up, Callie? Hey, yo, how's it going? So, Callie, never get discouraged. And know that growth is not a linear line. It's going to go like this. But check your peaks every month, and I guarantee you, your peaks every month are going to get higher and higher. Higher. Scorpions have up to 12 eyes, which are not... Wait, scorpions have more than 2 eyes, too? Didn't know that. Well, that debunks how strange spiders are. Everything's fucking strange. But how are you today, Hank? Today we have a new release! 3 new stories! The video is kind of minimalistic, no sound effects, and I don't even remember if I put music on the last fucking story or not, because I'm retarded. But we got our first message today, hey? Our first comment that said, if your thumbnails weren't so AI, maybe people would click on them, because the videos are good, you just need to lower the music. And I was like, oh my fucking god, let's do this. Yes! Yes! That's how it's done. They're the same family of spiders, same as ticks. Wait, ticks? I don't even want to know what a tick looks like up close, man. At least tardigrades are fucking cute. Right? Threat. Spiders are strange in a sense that they are the only family of arthropod creepy crawly to form eusocialism. Hence, social spiders exist. Mites, too. They're all arthropods. Daddy longlegs are included. Huh. Do you imagine spiders coming together to socialize, to hunt in packs, to take down, like, larger prey? Imagine, like, 1,000 fucking black widows trying to take down an elephant. Yeah, spiders have hunted in packs. Greasy! Social spiders are an actual species. That's crazy. That scares the shit out of me. Insects are some of the craziest things, man. The purple one? Yeah, I only made them purple because they're cosmic beings. Yeah. But social spiders in real life. So they have, like, the long legs like that. Like, they're tall. All colorful. It's like the little tiny freaking yellow ones. They are orb weavers. Cool. Hell yeah. See, I love learning something new every day, guys. All social spiders, as of now, are orb weavers. Oh. Very interesting. And that's like a 3D... Like, when you say orb, you mean like spherical webs? So I'm a little bit confused about orb weavers. Oh, on trees or in high places. Like up in the corner and stuff. What about spiders that completely covered? Yeah, okay, that would be them. Cool. So like if they were like spiders in a cave, right? They'd be the ones that have like the webbing all the way around, like the outside of the walls of the cave. That's so cool. I love that shit. I love, see, that's the power of taking things that are in reality and putting them in your book. People will go, this is so crazy and out there, and someone will go, what do you mean? That happens in real life. And they'll be like, no, it doesn't. And they'll show them and be like, dude, it's so true. Real life is stranger than fiction. Indiana Jones spiders. I just imagine 8-legged freaks, spiders. 8-legged freak spiders. Without them, time would stagnate, all motion, change, and cause would cease, leaving existence trapped in a single repeating moment. Example, Talk drinks his morning coffee. I can't drink coffee, I'm allergic to it, essentially. And begins his day streaming. Gives me the shits, okay? The time spinners were to perish, he would forever relive that act. Cup, refilling endlessly and to not be able to begin his day streaming. Emotion, repeating for all eternity. Staring at getting ready to click the go live button, but never actually being able to click the go live button. Every streamer's horror. God damn, am I getting sick again? Fuck, man. Super annoying. They are the unseen hands that let existence move forward. Domain, the loom of eternity. Description, colossal webs stretching across infinite timelines. Each thread they weave represents a possible reality, shimmering faintly in the light of countless choices. Spiders, known as the Time Weavers, crawl across these threads, repairing and reweaving broken timelines. The loom's center glows a single, unreachable light. The anchor of possibility, said to be where all realities converge. Tier A, the balance of concepts. Apheron, the concept devourer. Form, a vast carnivorous tornado, covered in countless eyes and mouths, whispering forgotten truths. Role, Apheron consumes broken and absurd concepts, those that violate the logic of existence. Threat, if it ever lost restraint, Apheron might devour essential ideas, such as morality, love, death, or logic itself. Although without Apheron, reality would literally make no sense. Example, concepts like humans walking on their hands, or planets with mouths devouring other worlds, are the illogical that Apheron purges, preserving sanity within reality. Domain, the null expanse. Description, a boundless void of white emptiness where erased concepts drift as silent echoes. It is not a place of death, but forgetting. Names, ideas, even physical laws that have been devoured by Apheron vanish here without trace. Those who step into the null expanse feel themselves unravel, not killed, but unthought. Unless it's the four gods and above, only Athernus dares to enter and leave unscathed. Athernus, the immutable one. Form, a blinding sphere of light encased in obsidian armor. No force, power, or idea can touch it. Role, the Athernus is the counterbalance to Apheron, shielding necessary concepts from consumption. It is the guardian of reality's core principles. Threat, should Athernus fall, Apheron's hunger would run rampant, erasing the very foundations of being. Domain, the immutable citadel. Description, a gleaming fortress floating in timeless stasis, surrounded by ever-turning rings of reality. Within its walls, nothing changes, not even the flow of time or the decay of matter. It is the sanctuary of constants, the unbreakable bastion of permanence. Every universal rule, every fundamental truth finds its root here. Even Apheron's hunger cannot pierce its walls. Tier S, The divine architects, pillars of life. The grand celestial, lord of radiance. Domain, light and order. Role, first flame to burn in the void. It governs illumination, truth, and eternal rhythm of creation. Threat, its death would extinguish all radiant light vital to life. Darkness would reign, and every world would drown in night eternal. Domain, the Imperial Forge. Description, a blinding expanse of golden fire and radiant order where stars are hammered into existence. Celestial bodies take form. Every ray of light and every particle of matter originates from this domain. It is both a forge and a throne room. Its heat not destructive but creative. The laws of physics themselves are as artisans, endlessly crafting and refining the architecture of existence. The Void, keeper of silence. Domain, darkness and absence. Role, the Void defines contrast. Alright, I'm off for real this time. Keep up the fun, everyone. Alright, have a good one, Sean. Thanks for coming by and hanging out, bro. Always good. Make sure to get your schedule back on point, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Yeah, I should have separated domain and realm when talking about the four gods. I got lost in writing. Well, that's what revision is for, right? It's one of the greatest parts about writing. It's so easy to just go back and fix it. Void defines contrast, shaping the emptiness that gives form to being. It birthed gravity, the silent law that holds life together. Threat. Without it, the cosmos would overflow with uncontrolled energy and collapse under its own chaos. Without gravitational pull, life would lose all shape. Domain, the hollow abyss. Description, an infinite silence where even light dares not wander. Hollow abyss is not empty, it's full of gravity, pulling all things toward balance and darkness. Within this realm, time stands still, and all forces that hold the cosmos together converge into serene darkness. The void does not consume. It cradles all things in quiet equilibrium. The elusive fairy, weaver of secrets. Domain, starlight and wisdom. Role, the fairy crafted the stars, visible light and the moon, and carries the whispers of knowledge between worlds. It ensures that enlightenment, however faint, never dies. Threat, if slain, every star would fade, visible light would disappear, and wisdom itself would turn to silence. Life will not be able to learn. Domain, the astral garden. The boundless field of floating starlight and crystalline petals drifting across the infinite. Each petal blooms into a new star, glowing with stories yet to be told. The astral garden serves as the map of the cosmos, each star corresponding to a destiny, each constellation a song of wisdom. Travelers who wander here risk losing themselves in eternal wonder, mesmerized by the beauty of all things. The cosmic rainbow, giver of life. Domain, life and beauty. Role, the cosmic rainbow breathed color and emotion into the void. Every living being bears a fragment of its radiance. Threat, without it, the multiverse would still persist, but without life, hollow, colorless, joyless, and still, for it was the cosmic rainbow that created the concept of fun. Domain, the prismatic veil. Description, sea of ever-shifting colors where emotion becomes energy and thought becomes life. The prismatic veil is the womb of creation, where new life forms. Worlds and souls are painted into existence with divine light. It is said that every living being, mortal or divine, carries a fragment of the veil's spectrum within their soul, giving them their individuality and will. While the cosmic rainbow created life, her three brothers helped make contributions for life to thrive. Radiant light, wisdom, visible light, and gravity. No, humans are still within Cosmic Rainbow's image. The void just merely added gravity to help humans alongside all living beings to be able to shape themselves based on the vision of the Cosmic Rainbow. Why the four gods and above transcend the two monsters. Acheron may consume the concept of anything, yet cannot devour what is absolute. Nearness may be immune to all, yet cannot resist the law of the absolute. Four gods are the authors of reality, not its inhabitants. Their power is not within the universe is within their power. Nice. Nice. Tier S+, Beyond the Divine. Ooh. The Soul Collector, the Pale Whale. Form, a colossal ghostly white whale drifting through the cosmic sea. Invisible to mortals, and seen only by gods and spirits and the dying. Role, Soul Collector gathers the dead from every world, bearing them to their rightful afterlives. Its mournful song echoes through dying stars. Threat, should it perish, souls would wander lost in the void, and death itself would lose meaning. Domain, depths of consciousness. Description, an endless cosmic ocean, darker than night and deeper than eternity. Souls drift here like glowing plankton, drawn toward the great white whale that shepherds them to rest. Currents of the depths flow through every planet, binding the living and the dead. Tier, legendary, beyond existence. When you're done, feel free to read the inspirations if you still have time. It explains why I wanted to make the cosmology to begin with, essentially why I wanted to create more than just four gods. Well, we got the premiere in a bit here, plus we have to watch Callie's, so maybe when we're done everything, we can come back to it, Ninja? The Observer, the one who watches. Form, respect, true. None. It is pure awareness, consciousness inbound. Got you tabbed up, gaming. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Absolutely appreciate it, man. Enjoy your gaming, as always. We're gonna have an ad break in a sec here, so we're just gonna chill for a sec. Called it. I gotta open my window though. It's fucking hot in here. Oh man. Yeah, just gonna be able to rip off my nose, just pull it off, shake it out, scrape it out, fucking stick it back on. It's like, fuck off. Can't get anything done! Ah! But, you know, smoking doesn't help, but fuck it. It helps, but it doesn't help, you know? It's one of those things. 3, 2, 1, choke! The observer, the one who watches. Form, none. It is pure awareness, consciousness unbound. Form it chooses to take under the author's command is a giant eye, sometimes a slender figure with one eye. The observer is the manifestation of the author's will. Role. The observer is the primordial mind that created the four gods and commands them as its eyes and hands. Never interferes, only watches. Threat. None. The observer cannot die, for it exists even beyond fiction itself. For if some reason the observer perished, all perceived would cease. No being could comprehend reality again. Domain. The realm beyond imagination. Description. An expanse that exists outside all forms of creation, even the concept of existence. It is a space of pure thought and infinite stillness, where the act of imagining gives birth to entire universes. No time flows here. Every possibility, every unrealized world drifts as a spark in the observer's awareness. Here, fiction and reality are indistinguishable, for all that can be conceived already exists within his gaze. Trivia. The observer alone knows its fictional nature, aware that it is written by the author beyond the Sapphire universe. When once asked by the four gods if it was limitless, it answered, yes, but even infinity must obey the hand that writes it. The observer perceives all realities as one might watch countless stories upon a screen. Every joy, tragedy, and war it regards as art. Every act, divine or human, a part of the grand narration it observes. Tragedy of the observer. To know is to exist beyond existence. To speak of it is to unmake all that hears. Nature of the curse. The observer alone perceives the author, the true external intelligence that conceived the Sapphire universe. He is aware of the script, the design, the narrative laws, even the points where the world's logic bends to serve storytelling. He knows when a coincidence isn't a coincidence, when destiny is a written line, when tragedy was never a choice. But his awareness is a paradox. He exists only because the author observes him, yet he watches everything the author made. He can see a fictional nature of reality, that all beings, from mortals to cosmic gods, exist only within the dream of another world. If he were to speak this truth to anyone, mortal, cosmic, or divine, their very minds collapse. Because to comprehend that you are a fictional being inside a narrative requires the ability to think both inside and outside the framework of reality, something only the observer possesses. Those who even glimpse this truth through him experience symptoms, loss of continuity, forgetting who they were yesterday, suddenly existential paradoxes, am I thinking or being written thinking? Physical distortion, as reality writes them away to remove awareness of fiction. Despite all this, the observer is still happy to be in the service of the author, being his manifestation creating such a magnificent universe. The self-awareness aspect, I love it. Cosmic entity relations. Cosmic entities of the Sapphire universe coexist through a delicate balance of respect, necessity, and awe. Though their temperaments and domains may differ, each understands that the cosmos cannot function without the others. Below are their most significant relationships, the bonds, rivalries, and grudging respects that shape creation itself. Navara's relations. Cosmic rainbow. The rainbow goddess holds deep fondness for the Navara. Once, she personally descended to witness their sacred duty, devouring dreams that would otherwise imprison mortals in eternal slumber. Moved by their compassion, she deemed the Navara the most benevolent among all cosmic entities. Time Weavers. The Time Spiders express gratitude to the Navara, for by rousing humanity from endless dreams, they allow mortals to continue shaping their timelines. His awakening grants the Weavers the freedom to spin new threads of possibility throughout a human's entire lifetime, even among the gifted. Vor-Mirith's relations. Cosmic Rainbow. The rainbow goddess once recoiled at Vor's merciless nature, destroying entire universes to punish universe hoppers, sometimes forcing the condemned to witness their homes collapse before meeting their own end. In her compassion, she wished to take his role, but her heart could not bear such cruelty, nor could she act swiftly enough to prevent the damage hoppers caused. Fuck me. Over time, she came to understand the necessity of Vor's brutality and learned to respect it, even if she never grew to love it. Out of reverence for Vor-Mirith's purpose, she shaped every living heart in his image, a reflection of the cosmic heart. Thus, it is said that all hearts beat to the echo of Vor's vigilance. Time Weavers. Vor despises the Weavers for crafting webs that permit the very act of universe hopping he seeks to prevent. Since Vor and all cosmic beings exist beyond time, every execution he performs, destroying both Hopper and Home, shatters countless strands within the Weaver's grand design. The Weavers harbor resentment for him, yet refrain from vengeance, knowing his role is essential to prevent universes from collapsing into one another. In tribute to their resilience, the Cosmic Rainbow fashioned creatures of their likeness, the spiders. I have an idea for a new video! Hell yeah, Callie, let's go! Let's go! I believe in you, Callie. Time Weavers' relations. Cosmic Rainbow. The goddess occasionally visits the Weavers, conjuring cosmic larvae and insects as gifts. Though the spiders do not require sustenance, they take pleasure in the act of eating, savoring texture, taste, and the fleeting illusion of fullness. Acheron. The Weavers often curse Acheron for devouring concepts vital to their work. When Acheron consumes a potential idea, such as ants ruling Earth, the corresponding thread of reality disintegrates. Yet paradoxically, they also thank Acheron for consuming the concept of their own extinction. Theoridus. The Weavers sometimes implore Theoridus to shield certain abstract ideas from Acheron's hunger, preserving fragile concepts that, while not vital, enrich the cosmos' diversity. Acheron's relations. Cosmic Rainbow. Once, Acheron challenged the rainbow goddess herself. In arrogance, the devourer consumed the very concept of the goddess's existence, erasing her from all of reality. Or so he thought. In truth, it was an illusion. The rainbow reappeared, laughing, reminding him that she, like her brothers, is an absolute, beyond consumption. She struck him with a single radiant blow, humbling him utterly. Since that day, Acheron has carried deep respect for her brilliance and power. Theoridus. Virtual rival, eternal rivals. One consumes, the other endures. Their clash forms the eternal rhythm of creation and decay, expansion and preservation. Theoridus' relations. The Grand Celestial. In an age long past, Theoridus dared challenge the radiant god. Believing himself invincible, he rendered himself immune to the Celestial's every concept and power. Yet the Grand Celestial merely smiled, his divine radiance piercing through Theoridus' immunity. Arrogant creature, he thundered. Can you not see? Your power means nothing before my light. Overwhelmed, Theoridus yielded, not from defeat, but respect. Four gods' relations. Cosmic Rainbow and the Void. Among all, the goddess shares the healthiest bond with the Void. His gift of gravity gave shape to her creations, allowing her gift of life to find form. Thus, while humanity was made in her image, it was the Void's gravity that granted them physical existence. The Grand Celestial and the elusive Fairy. The two share a harmonious duality, each governing an aspect of light. The Celestial embodying radiant solar light, the Fairy the delicate glimmer of visible starlight. Together they forged balance, the suns to sustain life and the stars to guide it. Soul Creators Relations. Cosmic Rainbow. After a violent clash in which the gods tore Rowetta's soul from his being, the Soul Collector's wrath was felt through the entirety of creation. To put into context how big of a deal this is, this affects all the domains of each cosmic entities except for the observers. Fish, nobody based on. Damn, Fish. Brutal. Brutal, man. But I mean, I guess you just say it like it is, right? Dream World alone is larger than the Sapphire Multiverse. To appease him and prevent him from threatening all the domains, including the multiverse, the goddess created orcas, shaped in his image, as a symbol of power and an apex predator of the seas, although mystical sea beasts exist. Orcas in this universe can possess magic, capable of ensuring their status at the top of the aquatic food chain. Gesture soothed his fury, though his forgiveness remains caution and conditional. How are you doing today, though, Fish? I'm getting a little bit sick. But we have another release of another 3 stories today. I'm not the story. You could be, Fish. Don't talk to me and finish reading. I talk to who I want, Fish! I'm gonna talk to Fish. Hey, Fishy, 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 Fishy. Here, Fishy, 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 Fishy. Hi, Fishy, 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 Fishy. Oh god, Fish, no! Ah! Well, that's a flayed fish now. Shit. The Observer's Relations. Four gods. It was the Observer who initiated the Shattering, the event that birthed the Grand Celestial, the Void, the Elusive Fairy, and the Cosmic Rainbow, acting upon his ineffable will. They went forth and created the worlds to come. Hi, story. Hello, words. Goodbye, creation. Goodbye, imagination. Cosmic beings vary in power. Why don't the stronger ones take the roles of the weaker? Power in the cosmos does not equate to purpose. Each cosmic being, regardless of its might, is a mechanism within an intricate system. A vital organ in the anatomy of existence. To assume that strength alone grants capability is to misunderstand the foundation of balance itself. This truth was once proven when the Cosmic Rainbow, beautiful and powerful goddess, attempted to assume Vormirth's duty, safeguarding a multiversal boundaries. She sought to teach him compassion, believing his methods too severe toward the universe hoppers. Yet, her intervention ended in catastrophe. Where Voss acts with precision born of eternity, the Rainbow's empathy disturbed the fabric of reality. Countless worlds began to bleed into one another, nearly collapsing into a single chaotic existence. Only Vor's return restored the order she had unintentionally undone. From that day forth, it became evident strength without understanding breeds ruin. To illustrate this, consider the nature of roles among the divine. For Apharon, the devourer of concepts, to take the place of the time weavers would be as absurd as commanding a tempest to weave silk. Likewise, were the Grand Celestial to assume the task of Navara, consuming dreams to release mortals from their slumber, he would shatter the dream world entirely, unable to grasp the delicate rhythm between nightmare and release. In mortal terms, it would be akin to an MMA fighter replacing an engineer. An MMA fighter may be able to beat up an engineer very easily, but the fighter cannot calculate the tensile balance of a bridge, nor can muscle comprehend the mathematics of creation. The fighter may be powerful enough to beat up an engineer, but without the engineer's knowledge, the bridge will collapse. So, too, is it among the stars. Each cosmic being was shaped by the author of a singular function, one that no other, no matter how divine, can perfectly replicate. Inspirations. The Sapphire Universe serves as a bridge between fiction and reality. A grand tapestry where myth becomes an explanation for the unexplained. Every strange phenomena, every unanswerable mystery that has haunted mankind finds its cosmic counterpart here. Below are parallels between real-world enigmas and their in-universe truths. Nice! Hell yeah, I love it! Ninja! Bring everything together, weaving the entirety of the living universe through concepts. Oh, Pegasus22, thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome.
Thank you for following Pingus22. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
How are you today, Pingus? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Lermfish, a deal is a deal. He is right. Time for actual story, Ninja. It's time for the next story. Now that you're in inspiration section. Well, it's up to Callie. It's all on Callie now. Alright.
And then you feel a gentle release on your faces as the masks are still affixed, but you feel like you could take them off. What?
Mikey's laughing at gentle release on your face. Mikey's laughing at gentle release on your face. Mikey was laughing at gentle releases on your face, and I started laughing at it. And you said it, Nicky. And you said it. Mikey's in tears. I had to look straight at Mikey when you said gentle release on nobody. I held it together. Why don't we take a break?
And then you feel a gentle release on your faces as the masks are still affixed, but you feel...
You would. Get some words and some characters on there. I mean, it's just origin story, like encyclopedia fish. It's like with Raymond's essays, you know? It's a story in its own way, but it's not, you know, the way it is. Alright. So, does anyone else have any stories or anything to share? Because we still have 20 minutes or so until the release. So, right now what we need to do is probably fix thumbnails. Because currently this is what we're working with, and I'm not 100% on this. Talk, thank you for taking the time to read my encyclopedia. Not yet. I'm piss poor at writing, so it takes me 1 week to write 10 words. That's okay, Fish. Take your time. I appreciate it. No worries, Ninja. I appreciate, you know, adding content to the stream. So, like, I'm still skeptical of this font. I think it's interesting, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it just absolutely so unreadable that it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Font is okay, but the background picture needs to be scarier. See, that zombie looks like something from an action pack, not horror. It's just supposed to be some crazy old lady. But I see what you're getting at, Ninja. But like I said, my biggest problem is the background pictures. And today we got a message saying that if I didn't have AI looking thumbnails, people would click on my thumbnails more. So I don't know what to do, Ninja. I'm back to square one again about what to do about the background images in the story. How do I make the background image scary? Where do I get an image that's scary? It's weird how people have this vendetta against AI. I know, but hey, it's the only feedback I've gotten, so it's something that I have to go with. I can't just say, well, I hate it, I don't get any feedback! And then I get feedback, and I don't follow the feedback. That seems kind of retarded. 50s zombie serial ass font. Wait, is that what you're saying my font is, or a font that I need, Fish? Talks, I'm excited! I'm gonna get a new webcam and lighting! I look a bit better in good lighting, so I'm gonna get a lamp thing. Ah. Hell yeah, Callie. So, fonts then. What font style should we be using, Fish? Because we also have this one, which was the vidIQ auto-generated one. Y'all seriously don't understand. I'm making sure I'm not tripping. I don't know what you're trying to say, Fish. So you're gonna have to clarify. But yeah, is this scary background, or is this background not scary? You just said you're confounded by AI. The background is scary. Okay. Okay. Gives Resident Evil vibe. By the negative reception, I mean. You just said you're confounded by AI. By the negative reception. Oh, wait, Fish, are you talking to Ninja? I'm so confused, Ninja, because I didn't say that. Or, Fish, I didn't say that. Ninja said that. So I'm trying to respond to something that I didn't even say. Because Ninja, would I be talking to that fool? What's happening? It's weird how people have this vendetta against AI. That's what you said, Ninja. And then Fish started saying stuff, but I don't know what he was talking about. I'm talking to you, Scotty. Okay, well, Fish, I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I be talking to that fool? I don't know what you're saying, Fish. Yeah, it is weird. I agree, Ninja. Okay, so let's keep this background then. Let's go with this background. Let's scrap the other backgrounds. Let's just go with this background. And let's change the font styles. So we need, like, a horror font. Did someone named Hybrid punch you in the face in high school? What you calling me a fool for? I think Fish is just aggressive like that. That's just part of his personality. Fish, I can't say that you're tripping because I don't know what you're saying. So, just clarify what you're saying. Okay, let's take this. I'm going to flip it horizontally. We're going to go to GIMP, and we're going to try and find a... You don't know. This guy. At this point, Fish, I'm going to just say you're tripping balls, because I don't know what you're talking about. So, you asked me, are you tripping balls? And I said, well, how am I supposed to tell? This man said he don't know what Ann is talking about. I don't know how much easier to make it. You could say what you're talking about, Fish. Like, I am talking about blank because of blank. I am talking about your response to Ninja's story and the creation of the universe and the veil between realities. And my question to you is, Do you think it's a good idea to have that? That's clarity, fish. Not... It talk? What? It is. Well, what do you mean, fish? I'm tripping. Well, you might be tripping because I don't know what you're talking about. Man, this guy. I mean, if you would clarify, that would help. In my head, that's the conversation we're having, fish. So, at this point, I'm just going to say you're crazy. Because you're either gaslighting and trolling me, or you are actually, like, delusional. I don't understand. So I'm just going to think that you're trolling and gaslighting me, because at no point have you clarified a subject as to what you're talking about. Right? If that makes sense. Reminds me of Asmon when has someone in his chat says some stuff and he pulls them up on the big screen. Well, that's because someone says you're wrong, and then Asmon goes, "Okay, well, what am I wrong about?" No, guys, hold on. We'll give him a minute. We'll give him a couple of minutes, and we'll see what's going on. You know. So, like, what did I say that you disagree with? What did I say that was wrong? You know. Oh well, you know, it's not that you were wrong, but it's this. Okay, so what you're saying is that what I said is right. Did this all begin with just reading my encyclopedia? I don't know, Ninja. I don't know. All I know is Fish is talking about something, and he's asking me if he's tripping balls. That's all I know. I don't know any context. I don't know any. He's just like, am I tripping? I'm like, yeah, bro. You're fucking tripping. This is some Asmon stuff. I mean, that's a compliment. Grown men playing dumb. No, Fish. You're the chatter that's playing dumb, that's being like, you're wrong, and when Asmon says, why am I wrong, you don't say anything. And it's like, well, if you don't tell me why I'm wrong, I'm not wrong. Give me an example. You're not giving me an example. So, like, this is just, I'm treating you as a troll. And I always pretty much will, Fish. So if you're actually serious, you're fucked, dude. You're totally fucked. Zombie fonts. How am I playing dumb, you dumbass boy? Said the same stuff dozens of times. Y'all can't read or what? I got ads on top of this nonsense. Alright. I don't know how simpler to put it. Dude, what kind of mango is this? I agree, hey. Alright, bro, you got it. All I'm trying to say here is I'm not the only one who's confused, Fish. I think everyone in chat is just as confused as I am. No, Lerm, I'm curious. These are some pretty good fonts, I'm not gonna lie. You got it, bro. Explain it one more time, man. Okay, so we'll take these. Now we have fonts. So we have downloads. Go up here. Go to fonts. Go zip. Well, that didn't work. It's your ball, bro. No, it's your ball. It's your ball, Fish. It's not our ball. It's your ball. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened here. This is super weird. Okay, I'm trying to get these fonts. No, bro. And that's why I think you're a troll. Well, I guess then we're just gonna have to be like, well, shit, you know, it is what it is. Bat my balls, bro, what's going on? I don't think Fish knows. You go ahead with the games, man. True, Fish. You're living up to the dream, that's for sure. Like, you're living up to the expectation 100%, bro. I mean, I feel it in everything that you're doing. So, I mean, if that's your desired outcome, then I think you're being extremely successful. By the way, Talk, I don't know if I've already asked you this, but when you read my rules of comedy, I want to ask, did you personally believe that the East Asian developers are promoting female and male violence with their cliches? Because in my opinion, I truly don't think. At least most of them won't. No, I think it's a joke. I think it's a ridiculous, like, escalation of like one person doing it and then saying that everyone does it. It's like, no. It's such a small subset, it's not even worth considering. And the fact that anyone does consider it is actually kind of fucking sad. True. True, Hake. That's what it's all about. So which one of these fonts do you guys like the best? Because that I need feedback on what font to use. Oh, it was already installed. Thumbnails. YouTube thumbnails. That's what the texts are for. It's some Res Evil ass font. What's the title even going to be? 3 biohazard... 3 bone-chilling biohazard stories. Dog, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna watch some of your videos. Take care. I'm so glad I found some time to come here. I get smarter every time I go here. Well, I'm glad for that, Ninja. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. I always appreciate it, man. Stealing from the Japanese now. I'm absolutely stealing from the Japanese. Don't dick ride. Why not? Dick riding's fun. What else are you gonna do besides jump on some dicks? I don't know. That's what I'm all about. Jumping on those dicks. Yeah, I'm so confused. What even is the beef? I have no idea. I think Fish is just trolling, honestly. Like that's just me. I just think Fish is trolling. Okay, so let's see here. What kind of fonts can we get? So we need to go fill, color for now. White, right? Because what color are we doing this? Like reddish, maybe? This that has half a brain. Oh god. What? This guy. True. Well, less than half a brain. Fuck, my TV just crashed. Hold on a sec. Okay, so now we go like this. We take this, and we want this. Three. Biohazard. Bone. Chilling. Biohazard. Stories. True, Callie. True. And we want... Oh, we gotta reopen GIMP so that it reloads all of the fonts. Okay, create. Okay. Fill. White. Text. 3. Biohazard. No, 3. Bone chilling biohazard. Stories. What even is the beef and broccoli, dude? Beef and broccoli is so fucking good. I love beef and broccoli. I would like broccoli. I love broccoli. Broccoli is like my favorite shit. Okay, let's... Oh, for fuck's sakes, this is so annoying. Trying to grab this. change this to like orange? Okay, well actually, can we change this to like red and just to like orange? So there's no filling in the middle. It just, oh, it changed, wait. Why is this on those? But that's there. I'm so confused. Full. None? Filled. Yo, Learnfish, you still there? Oh, that's a nice font. Yeah, I like this font, but I can't fill the center of it. And we're going to have the same issue we had last time where we're not going to be able to get rid of the background, so... It says, like, filled, though. So it's, like, super annoying. Country Girl! Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? I mean, maybe we could just leave it in the middle, right? Let's see what that looks like on the page first. What do you mean add a layer, Callie? Add a layer. What do you... Layer? New layer? Down here? Create a new layer and add it to the image. Finally the weekend! Tried, but not as tired as I will be this... like this next Saturday. True. So I click here and I go add layer? Do I have to modify the layer anyway? Now what? Right click? Thanksgiving brunch at work is next week. Nice, country girl, yeah. I'm Canadian, so we had our Thanksgiving in October. Select. I'll see what select everything does. Okay, didn't do anything? No. But Callie, I just had an idea. What, can I go like this? No, that doesn't work. Oh wait, what if I click on this? Oh! 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 But that's what I needed. Although I don't think that looks very good. What about, like, black? I want to fill in the color. I don't want to change the color. I want to fill it in. If I wanted to change the color, I'd just... It's showing it off the screen. I don't know why. You can get rid of the white. I don't know what you're trying to tell me to do, Callie. I'm confused. Like this? Some of the white stays and it doesn't look good. You mean this, like, border outline? That's part of the lettering? I can get rid of the white. If you want to get rid of it, I can tell you how. Okay. Okay, Callie, let's get rid of it. So, click the wand. Did I do it right? Okay. Click the section to color everything. Wait, I don't know. Is just a word I use. Yeah, it's clearly, Callie. What do I do now? Click inside one of the letters, like here? Bucket tool. Wait, what's a bucket tool? Bucket tool? Oh. We have to start over. Fucking goddamn. Okay, I click the wand. Now what? Click the white background, select invert. Okay. Oh, there might be an extra step to make sure you don't get any white markings. I feel like, Callie, at this point, this is not worth doing. Like, this is just not worth doing. Like, it's just too much work. Like, if I do that for every single letter, like, yeah, I'm good. You know? Does all the letters at once? Oh, okay. Okay, I'll trust you, Callie. I'll trust you. Let's do it. And you won't have to get rid of all the white for all the letters. Okay. Okay, let's do it, Callie. Do you want to come on Discord, Callie? So you can tell me how to do it so this doesn't take an hour and a half? Yo, yo.
Hi. Hello. Okay. So we inverted the selection already, right? We should you click the button. Click the fill button, the fill tool. Yeah. Now click on any of the letters, except the big one, because that I don't know what's happening with that one.
Yeah, so now I have to like click on every
What?
single one of these.
So no, that should have gotten all of them at once, and it should have like gotten rid of the white stuff like at the same time. I don't know why that's doing that. Maybe. Oh, I know what's. Okay, I think I know what's happening. Maybe. Can you like press Control Z a few times?
You just want me to go back to this?
I'm not sure if I'm like. I don't know why this didn't work. I haven't done this in a while, I guess. Am I wasting your time? I'm wasting your time, Talks. I'm sorry.
Well, like, what I don't understand is, like, why would what you're doing get rid of the white? And not the just normal fill? Like, it just logically doesn't make sense to me.
If you, like, select it and then, like, you reduce the selection, it, like, if you reduce this distance of the selection, it goes back towards the black lettering, and then it just and you fill it in, and then it just the white gets filled in as well.
But at no point in time are we changing the sizing of this. Right? Like, wouldn't we have to change the size?
Yeah, you have to change the size. But
so how do we change the size?
Yeah, you just have to right click selection, and then like there's I have ads, so one second.
Border? Replace the section by border? Shrink?
Yeah, shrink. It's either shrink or the other one. I think it's grow, actually.
Grow?
It should be grow.
Selection by what?
You grow by just a little bit.
Like 15?
Don't grow by too much, otherwise you like get rid of the black completely.
Okay, well, let's do 10. Oh shit, no, 10's a lot.
Yeah, you get rid of the black.
Okay, grow.
You might have to like actually.
Two?
It might be because it's not like the reason you didn't like fill in all the letters at once is because you're not pressing the right hotkey.
Which hotkey am I supposed to press?
Let me see. Hotkey for defaults. I mean, it might be. Wait one second.
Whoops.
Okay, so once okay, you have it selected, right? You have like the letters selected. That should be. If I can just fold.
No, I think it needs to be shrink.
Is it shrink?
I think it needs to be shrink.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's actually no, that's too. Wait, why did?
I don't think it was enough.
Okay. No, like, so like color in the black too, just because you're like, just zoom in and then color in the black and see what that does. Yeah.
But now I'm like zooming in here.
So you want that much black? So the hotkey for filling in everything at once is Control comma.
Control comma?
I think. That's
Oh,
what Google did. Oh,
that-
wait, that's too much.
That overwrote everything.
That's way too much.
Yeah, okay, I think this just needs to, like, this just needs to be basic. So, the question is, like, fuck this. Right? What we need is a color. Does orange work? Or is it, like...
Doesn't it, like, depend on the photo you have?
This is the photo. Oh my god, I hate this thing. Why does it resize like that? It's so annoying. Every time I have to resize it. This is the photo.
Use...
So we have, like... I mean, we could do, like... we can try
like
different
a dark red.
colors.
For, like, the...
Okay, let's try this. Oh my god, why isn't it letting me fucking select the top or the bottom of it? Oh, it's so retarded. I don't know why it's not letting me do that. Let's try, like... like this? Like, what do you think? The darker or lighter? Like, super light?
Look at that. I mean, okay, let me see the dark red again.
Do like a darker orange.
I think the top one is better.
This infected attack.
For the orange one, the bottom one is good, I think. But for the infected attack, the top one is better.
Okay. So then let's take this. And this. Let's go here with this, and we want this like dark orange. Like this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave the bones white. Why does it keep selecting the wrong one?
You got wait.
God, I clicked the wrong one again.
Okay.
How am I not clicking in the middle? What? This is so ridiculous. Okay. Does that look good, or should I? And then should I do like? Why did this not have? Wait.
wait.
How did I get rid of that? Oh, there's another layer.
Yeah, you just like.
Okay, so if you double click, Callie,
Oh, there's like.
if you double click, it fills it in.
Cool. I've never seen that when I used it. I always had to like select everything.
Is this the right orange?
Did you do that for the orange as well? Like, oh, okay, yeah.
No, I can't do it for the
I never-
orange.
Would have been cool if I. Okay.
Is that a better orange?
I'm not sure if the O, if it did the same thing for the O. Yeah, that looks cool. The G
Bone
didn't.
chillin'.
Wait, let me see.
Oh my god. I can never get this right. So then we want this orange
Okay.
on fill. And then we go to black. Do double click. And it kind of makes this stand out more, right? So then we go here, we got this. No, we don't want that because we need to get rid of this. Here. To zoom in as much as we can. Bone chilling biohazard stories. I really like this. This is cool. The 3 on its own. So I want this to be nice and big. Oh, I'm retarded. I didn't do the thing. Fuck. I didn't do the thing.
You can resize the canvas if you. Oh, the skew or the warp.
Fair.
The transfer.
Guess we're gonna do it in three different ones because it's not gonna fit on there. Bone chilling biohazard. Save that. Ugh, so fucking annoying. It's one thing I do not like about this is that it grabs the fucking backgrounds. I'm like, that is not the layer I'm selected. Why are you using it? It doesn't make any sense. I should be moving the layer that I'm selecting, not random, right? Okay. And then we take
Is it moving the background?
Huh? What do you mean moving the
Is it
background?
moving the background?
What do you mean moving the background?
Yeah, it's moving like the white.
Yeah, I keep accidentally moving it because it keeps clicking on it because it's dumb.
So what you can do is just like, actually, I don't know. It'll just. I'm not sure if it'll work.
What do you mean? What will work?
Like you can just merge layers.
I don't know what you mean by that.
You have to right click the layer above it, the layer above the white one, and although it will like, it might like get rid of the.
What was the what was the saying we wanted? Biological building. Biological building.
Yeah.
Color is white.
Oh, I was gonna write something today.
And black.
I was gonna write.
Okay,
something
so
today.
we have this. Biological building. Stamp it again. Here we go. Bring this up. Nope, we forgot to offset it again. Because I'm so dumb. I keep forgetting we need to offset it.
Yeah, I always get headaches with them.
Okay, we want this 30, 20. Sup, y'all? Yo, Raymond, how's it going, bro? How are you today?
Hello, Raymond.
We are doing thumbnails, trying to get our new story out for today.
I'm the quiet
Which
one,
should have been
he's the
out
loud one.
half an hour ago, and it's probably not going to be out for another half an hour. So it's going to be a little bit late. Jesus, what was that? Fucking Callie in the background here having some fun. Having some fun with it. Okay, so we have biological building. What's the other one?
What happened, Raymond? Was I too much in your ears with that? I'm sorry.
This building is alive. Infected attack.
My
Not
voice
actually
is spookier than your stories.
True. Okay, then we go back here, and we want edit, and we want infected attack. Gotta go vote tomorrow. This sucks. Dude, okay, Raymond, have you seen the shit that's going on in Mexico?
What's Mexico?
Apparently there's some fucked up shit going down there with, like, the cartels and shit. I've seen photos, not read anything. I was watching Asman talk about it and stuff.
I'm gonna go write something. Bye-bye.
Bye, Callie. Thanks for your help. I really appreciate it. You're such a gem.
I barely helped. No. I take your help, and I throw it back at you. No.
Okay. But I'm still, you know, I'm still gonna say you did good.
Goodbye. Fine. I accept your help then. I mean your thanks. I accept your thanks.
Yeah.
Boo.
We have to choose which lunatic will have as president. Fuck. True. Alright, peace, Callie. Thanks for hanging out. Infected attack. What's the other one? Meditation mistake. Wait, what happened here? What the fuck? Okay. Mushu, voice one, live! True country girl. Okay, so we want this to be like 30. We want this to be 20. Wait, floating layer? What the hell is this? Why is there a floating layer? Delete this motherfucker. How do I get rid of this? What the fuck? It's locked. The fuck is this shit? I don't know what's going on. What the fuck happened? Why is it selecting this? I don't understand. W? Okay, we're just going back. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but okay. Okay, cool fucking story. This thing is so annoying to have to click on shit. Okay. 45. 30. Transform. Wait, what the fuck just oh my god. Had a nice nap. Hell yeah. In before the PC explodes. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why it did this. How did it flip like fucking upside down? Transforming layer. Why is there this transforming layer there? I'm so fucking confused. 45. Enter. 30. Enter. Transform! That's all I want! It's never done this before! Guys, it's never done this before! Why is it doing this now? I fucking I'm so confused. Cannot select items with floating selection active. I don't want a floating selection. Like, watch. Infected attack. Okay. Right? And we go like this. Of course, it added the W again. We go like this. We go 45, 30. Transform. No extra layer, no nothing. We just click background, we go here, and we move it. So why the fuck is it doing this whole extra layer thing now? I'm so fucking pissed off. Infected attack. No, that's the one we did. Fuck, what do we call it? What are we doing it now? Fuck, I don't even remember. Because I don't even remember what I typed in it. Fuck. What did I type? Can I just like redo all? I don't remember what words were. I don't remember what words were. Meditation, right, meditation mistakes. Okay, now we're gonna try this again. 45, enter. Right? 30, enter. Transform. Okay, it didn't make the extra layer. Congratulations. It didn't do what it was doing before for no fucking reason. Here we go. Okay. Okay, holy shit. Now we can go back over here. Shit. Now I'm like, oh no, can we not even do white? Oh, white works on there. White works fine on there. Okay. So, again, what we want is flip, horizontal. And what we want is the AI remover. And we need to start with the 3. But after this, guys, we'll have a damn good thumbnail, apparently. Because we got feedback today from someone, Raymond. Someone commented on my video and said, if your thumbnails didn't look so AI, more people would click on your videos. Now, I think that's bullshit, but it's the only feedback I've gotten. So, I have to work with it, right? It's the best I can do with what I've got. Biological building. I mean, people do have a hate boner for AI. It's true. So, you know, if it gets me more clicks, that's all that matters. Because right now, my click-through rate is literally 0%. Which means my thumbnails are absolute garbage trash. People aren't even willing to attempt to even click on my fucking thumbnails. So, I'm doing something wrong. Because they're being shown to people, they're just not being clicked on. here we go. So we go here, and we've got the 3. Oh wait, okay, I think I know what I wanted to do here. Flip horizontal like this, and we wanted to go 3. So 3 would be like right there, right? 3 bone chilling biohazard stories, and then we have biological building. Damn, it doesn't have an outline on it. Shit. I don't know if this works. I actually done the background in a different color. You know, I'm just gonna do the normal one here. And see how that looks. I don't know. I think that's the best we're gonna get. And then we add the classic blue horror stories. I feel like the 3 should be moved over. But I don't know. Oh well, we're just gonna go with that. And we got the infected attack. Save that. Then we have meditation state. And we're gonna make this one white. Why can't I pull the top and the bottom down? It's so annoying. There. Meditation mistake. And biological in black. Nope, that doesn't work. Well, let's do the other one. Effects in white. Yeah, okay, there. And then we'll take this one, we'll make this black, and we'll take this, and we'll make this white. Biological building. Bone-chilling biohazard stories. Alright, well, that's the best I can do. So, let's see if this is in any way, shape, or form productive, right? Have you seen Stimpy's thumbnails? Fucking ads, oh my god. No, Raymond, but if it'll put me in the right direction, I need to study other people's thumbnails, how they make thumbnails, stuff like that, right? Like, I really need to study that. Like, I think thumbnails are the main thing that's holding us back. But yeah, fuck ads. No one likes ads. Ads are bullshit. Okay, so then let's go YouTube.
Welcome to A Talk Stories, where tales of fantasy and moral.
Me back.
chaos
Welcome back.
collide. I'm Scott, your guide into
Who is Stimpy?
Welcome to Blue.
Never heard of Stimpy. Is that a, because these are what our old thumbnails look like, guys. But I was not even, like, pretty sure about these. A dude that does Rust videos. But the thumbnails are, like, super funny. The problem is we're trying to do horror, so it's like we need eerie, off-putting, like, you know. Cause like when I look at the thumbnails, right, I say, so let's look at these three, right? It's like, okay. But then, look at this. Or this. It's like, according to Ninja, this is a bad thumbnail. This isn't scary. And this is like unreadable. So I'm like, it's all edited gay porn, but made to look like they're holding guns and stuff from Rust. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I don't know. I think, guys, at the end of the day, maybe we just hire a thumbnail artist and see if that makes our shit successful, right? Because we are going public right the fuck now. So you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for the new stories that we created today? Are you ready for this amazingness that is my new... Going to change the title to this because it's giving me the option to, so I'm just going to do it. We need to make a post. New release 3 Biohazard Terrifying Tales. Check out latest in the extended universe of Lisa lives forever. Can you escape the network? Do. Oh, we can just post it. Yeah, so we should be good. Boop. Okay. So let's go here. And now one of the things we want to do is try and see if we can find it in here. Right? And then we can look through other thumbnails and see how ours holds up to that. See, there's like kind of shit like this, right? But are we even going to be able to see it? Is, of course, always the question. So let's go to Talk Stories. Let's see. Boom, right there. First thing that pops up. I infiltrated a biological building. My team are expendable. Only I know the real plan. This is a true story. It happened to a friend of mine. Helicopter's turbines faded into the night, leaving only the wind clawing at my hood and the stink of burnt kerosene clinging to my jacket. My breath steamed in the cold. Each exhale, a small ghost that died against the concrete wall. My shoulders already ached from the gear. Scanner, sidearm, the encrypted drive taped under my vest like a second heart. I tasted copper. Bitten the inside of my cheek raw on the ride in. Reese's silhouette cut something? Ahead, rifle low. What do you mean I dropped something? Crunching on frost-rimed gravel. The others fanned out, shadows among shadows. No one spoke. Silence had teeth. I could feel their eyes on me even when I couldn't see them. Thorn's knuckles cracked, like he was prone to do when he's angry. Silas's breath was too even, kind of calm that comes right before a knife. Mara's medkit rattled softly with every step, glass vials kissing the metal. There were pros. Looked like you knocked something over. Pros hate being the last to know. I was the last to know too, technically. The second envelope had come to me alone, slipped under my bunk 3 nights ago. Inside, a single data chip and a note in handwriting I didn't recognize. Trevor is the root. Lisa is the gardener. Bring me both, or don't come back. No signature. Just the promise of a 7-figure transfer and a new name. Told the team the job was a smash and grab. 1 live brain. Triple play. Exfil by 0500. Left out the part where the brain might be older than the building. I left out the part where the building might be the brain. Stairwell door screeched on rusty hinges. Inside, the air was warmer, thick with mildew and something bitter, like a corpse left too long in the sun. It ate at my nostrils. My thighs burned by the 3rd landing. Pack straps cut into my collarbones. Sweat pooled on the base of my spine, cold the instant it touched air. Smells like a morgue. Fucked a greenhouse. Thorn muttered. His voice echoed too loud. Keep it tight, Reese hissed. Tasted iron again. My tongue kept finding the raw spot. The scanner in my left hand vibrated softly, picking up neural chatter threaded through the walls. Not Wi-Fi, not Bluetooth. Something wetter. I angled the screen away so they couldn't see the waveform labeled Trevor_Alpha. Halfway down, the emergency lights flickered. For a second, the stairwell went black. I smelled ozone and wet earth. When the red glow returned, Silas was staring at me. You're sweating like a rookie, Jax. Gear's heavy, I lied. At the bottom, a wall. Welded steel fused with pale, fleshy cables that twitched when Thorn's muzzle brushed them. They left a smear of clear slime on the barrel. Elevator only, Silas said, voice flat. Reese turned. Even through the visor, I felt the heat of his glare. You knew. Brief said primary access was compromised. Didn't say how. My voice sounded small. Thorne spat. The glob hit the cable and sizzled. You're a shitty liar, gearhead. I didn't answer. The bonus pinged in my mind like a phantom notification. The elevator doors parted with a sound like tearing cartilage. Inside, the walls were warm to the touch, pulsing faintly under my gloved palm. Cables overhead glistened, slick with something that smelled faintly of festered flesh and a yeast infection. One at a time, Reese ordered. They went. I waited until the car returned. Empty and breathing. My turn. The doors sealed. The descent was slow, car swaying like a cradle. The air grew humid. My suit's collar chafed my neck. Whisper leaked from the speaker grill, almost seductive. What? Was it in my mind? Jax, you came. I killed the audio feed. Was it Trevor? Or was it Lisa? My pulse thudded in my ears. The scanner showed Trevor's signature spiking. At least I think it was Trevor's. Heartbeat in the walls. The car jolted. Doors opened into dim blue light and the smell of antiseptic and rotting meat. I stumbled against the wall as Reese's heavy hand nearly tore my feet from under me. What the fuck have you gotten us into, you little shit wiener? I gulped and looked past the disturbed glares of the rest of the team, their weapons pointed at me. Beyond the elevator door, I glimpsed the corridor. It stretched like an intestine, walls slick with bioluminescent mucus that glowed soft teal. More than I expected, I retorted, breathing heavily from the adrenaline. You want to get paid or not? It's simple. Just basic extraction. Enough money to retire. Make sure you can drown yourself in enough booze and drugs you'll never remember you were ever here. Reese threw me against the wall. Money did say it all. Weird as it was, money talks. The rest of them looked to Reese. He nodded. He began to trek down the hallway. I followed and directed with the scanner leading my way. The floor was warm, squelching under boots. My calves cramped from the stairs. I rolled my ankles and felt the pop of the joints. Thorne rounded on me the second we were clear of the elevator. Start talking now. Reese didn't stop him. I exhaled, breath fogging. Fine. Subject's name is Kevin, 22. Uploaded 6 weeks ago. He's a relay node, Trevor's backup. Lisa built the network module. Pull Kevin, we blind them for 72 hours. The rebellion hits 3 data centers. That's the play. Silas's eyes narrowed. And the bonus? Proof Trevor exists. A file. Coordinates to Lisa's off-grid lab. Brass want her alive. Mara's voice was quiet. You let us walk in blind for a side hustle. I let you walk in rich, I snapped. My throat tasted of bile. Elevator's right there if you want out. Reese stepped between us. We're paid, we finish. But you breathe wrong, Jax. I put one in your knee. Clear? I nodded. The air tasted like 3-year-old jerky. We moved. Pulse in the walls guided us. Thump, 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 thump. Like a carotid artery under skin. My scanner painted a map in real time. Veins of data converging on a single node. Trevor was hurting us. I just hoped it was towards the target. The chamber opened like a rib cage. Hundreds of bodies floated in tanks, skulls flayed open, wires blooming from gray matter like fiber optic ivy. The air was thick with formaldehyde and the copper tang of old, dried blood. My stomach lurched. I tasted bile again. Kevin's pod glowed soft amber. The kid looked barely old enough to shave. Cheeks still round with baby fat. Cover me, I said, jacking in. The interface bloomed in my retinal HUD. Trevor's file was already open, cursor blinking. 4 jacks, read quick. I skimmed. Coordinates. Lisa's looping signature. A plea. She lied. I'm not the monster. Disconnect Kevin. Clean. He's bait. Take the data. Burn the rest. Reese loomed. What's it say? Later. I initiated extraction. Wires retracted with wet sucking sounds. Kevin's vitals spiked. Alive. Barely. Alarms. Red strobes painted the taint. Shit. Well, I fucked that up. Alarms. Red strobes painted the tanks crimson. Well, the that's a mistake. Awoke. Shit happens. They poured in. Pale, eyeless, moving like one organism. They are filled with the stench of rot and decay. Gunfire stitched the dark, muzzle flashes strobing. Thorne's makeshift wannabe minigun roared, brass raining across the floor, the shells sticking to the massive flesh that was the floor. Silas flanked left. Mara dragged Kevin behind and overturned Gurney. I stayed on the console. Upload bar crawling. 34%. 41%. Jax! We're dry! Thorne bellowed over the din. 67%. Claw raked my shoulder. Pain flared white hot. I spun, pistol barking. Thing dropped, but 3 more filled the gap. The breath sour and wet. 89%. Reese grabbed my collar, breath hot against my ear. Time to go! Almost! The bar froze at 97%. A second wave crashed through the far door. Dozens, hundreds. Reese's eyes flicked to the timer on his wrist. Exfil window collapsing. Data's corrupted without the last packet! I shouted. 10 more seconds! Reese's eyes shoved toward the exit. You have 5. Then I blow the choke point. He slapped a detonator into Thorne's hand. Get them out. Mara was already dragging Kevin. Silas lay down, covering fire. I lunged back at the console. 98%! 99%! The horde surged. Reese roared, unloading his rifle point blank into the mass, buying me the final heartbeat. 100%. Drive ejected. I turned and saw Reese swallowed by the tide. Grenades cooking off in his fists. The corridor flashed white, then collapsed in fire and dust. Surface air hit like salvation. Cold, sharp, tasting of pine, distant snow. My lungs seized. I coughed wetly. Kevin thrashed in Mara's arms. Eyes rolling white, blood crusting the bandage she'd slapped on his skull. Trevor sees! He sees! Silas clocked him with the rifle butt. The sound was dull, final. The van screeched up. Tires spitting gravel. We piled in. Thorne drove. Knuckles bleeding on the wheel. No one spoke until the facility was a smear of smoke in the rear view. Mara's voice cracked first. He stayed because of you, Jax. Because you needed your precious file. Silas stared out the window, jaw clenched. Second in command. 10 years I ran with him. Gone for a data stick. I clutched the drive, the plastic warm from my grip. At least it was only one person. We have Kevin. We have Trevor's data. The rebellion gets its window. Silence that followed was colder than the night. Thorne slammed the brakes. The van skidded. Sora. His fist. They're all taken from Sora. Smelled of corduroy. Crashed into my temple. Stars exploded. The world tilted. I hit the floorboards, tasting blood and diesel. Through the haze, I heard Thorne's growl and low final. They want the data? Let the brass explain why it cost Reese. Or they get nothing. Blackness swallowed said because some look anime. Akira like, yep. 1980s hand-drawn
so much for sticking
style.
with us for the first story. Now
we'll pause it there. I'll show you the origins of it, of what we created it with. These are the original videos.
Only I know the real plan. Jax, you came. What the fuck have you gotten us into?
Enough money to retire.
Smells like a morgue fucked a greenhouse.
Keep moving. That wall wasn't here on the schematics.
You planning surprises for us, Jax? You knew.
Start talking.
Kevin set it up. Trevor ran cargo. Lisa just watched the door.
You let us walk in blind for a side hustle?
I let you walk in rich.
Time to go! I'll hold them. Get clear.
Yeah, that's the origins of it, and then I just made those out of it. What do you think? Because again, we're still testing, right? We're trying new things. We're doing different stuff. So, you know, we really have no idea what the fuck we're doing.
On to the second story. I hope you enjoyed that one.
Bra used
let's
ice.
get into it. Losing my sister broke my mind. Meditation saved my soul. But fate never strikes
Please, Twitch,
once.
please, it's all jokes.
This is a true story. It happened to a
Hey
friend
man,
of a
if
friend of
Hassan
mine.
doesn't get banned, you shouldn't get banned.
I heard the door crack open in the dead of night. Slow, protesting groan like old bones shifting under weight. It wasn't my bedroom door. That much I knew from the way the sound echoed down the hallway, muffled by the threadbare carpet. My heart thudded in my chest, a frantic rhythm against the silence. What door could it have been? I remember the chill of the hardwood floor under my bare feet as I hopped out of bed, the air thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth seeping through the cracks in the windows. I padded across the house, the dim glow of the street lamp across, casting long shadows on the walls.
I'm like, what I should do is I should take the
Cool
AI
breeze
images and I should hand draw
across
the
my
AI
face.
images. If I ever stream, I'm gonna get banned day
scent of
one.
wet
Not even say
grass.
slurs, just gonna
That's
say
when
that
the
people hate to
realization
hear.
hit me like a punch.
Yeah.
The front door stood ajar, swinging gently as if inviting the night inside. That's pretty much the only
The reason the
memory I
world's
have
fucked is
that
because
day.
retards can vote.
It was about 15 years ago, back
Prove
when
me
I was
wrong.
a kid.
Prove me
apparently in
wrong.
my teens. No one knows what really happened to my sister, Rose.
The reason why RuneScape got
No
fucked up because
fingerprints,
normies could fucking
signs of
vote.
forced entry. As if she
Normies
just
shouldn't be able to
up
fucking
and
vote.
Walked out the door, never to return. Police combed the house.
Oh, I guess I can turn
boots
subtitles
scuffing
on.
the floors, flashlights piercing every
I
corner.
should have had them on.
But nothing. Rose had been suffering from Morgellons for months. Those inexplicable fibers pushing through her skin like tiny invaders. She'd scratched at her arms until they bled, whispering about wires burrowing into her bones. Her eyes wild with a pain no doctor could explain. They called it a delusion, a stress-induced hallucination, but to her, it was real agony. Maybe it drove her mad enough to run. Maybe something darker took her. Either way, the not knowing gnawed at me like those fibers she described. I don't think I ever really got over it. Closure never came. Just an empty room upstairs with her clothes still hanging in the closet, gathering dust. Twisted my life into something dark and jagged. I started getting into trouble, fights at school, petty theft that escalated into breaking into cars. The adrenaline was a temporary balm, a way to fight against some invisible foe I named Fate. One night, I remember the metallic taste of blood in my mouth after a brawl in a dimly lit alley. The rain slicking the pavement as fists flew. "You're just like her," my mom would say, her voice cracking over the phone from whatever halfway house she was in. "Running from ghosts." But fate wasn't done with me. Found me in the most unlikeliest of places, a church of all things. Well, almost a church. It was an old community hall on the edge of town. Its peeling paint and flickering fluorescent lights, a far cry from stained glass and sermons. We were just a small group of like-minded individuals, down on our luck, ready to do anything to claw our way out of the pit. I stumbled upon them during one of my aimless walks, the kind where the cold bites at your cheeks and the world feels too heavy. A flyer tacked to a telephone pole caught my eye. Movement of the mind. Unlock your inner power. Curiosity got the better of me. That and promise of free coffee. The first meeting. I sat in a circle of folding chairs, the air heavy with the aroma of cheap instant brew and incense. Patchouli, I think? Cling, sweet. There were about a dozen of us. Grizzled veteran with tattoos snaking up his arms, a young mother with tired eyes, an accountant type who fidgeted with his tie. Our leader, Marcus, was a soft-spoken man in his 50s with wire-rimmed glasses and a beard that made him look like a professor gone rogue. The mind is a battlefield, he said that night, his voice steady and warm like a hearth fire. But you can fortify it. Meditation, inner sight, self-reflection, these are your weapons. Find the root of your pain, embrace it, and turn it to your advantage. I scoffed at first, but as the weeks went on, something shifted. I learned to sit in silence, focusing on my breath, the rise and fall of my chest amid the dim, distant hum of traffic outside. The darkness from Rose's loss was still there, swelled like a bruise inside me, but I didn't let it control me anymore. Instead, I dissected it. The guilt for not hearing her cries sooner, the anger at a world that let her vanish. Everyone seemed to look up to me after a while. Maybe it was because I threw myself into the practices with a desperation they recognized. "You've got it, Ben," Marcus told me one evening after a session, clapping a hand on my shoulder. The room was dim, lit by candles that flickered shadows across the walls, their wax scent mingling with the herbal tea we sipped. "That fire in you, it's not destruction anymore, it's light." I could see it in myself, too. An aspiration, a need, a dream to never let someone fade into the dark while I had the power to pull them out and show them the light. But everything changed when I met her, Kayla. It was during one of our group meditations, the air thick with the murmur of guided breathing and the soft chime of Tibetan bowl. She slipped in late, dark hair, curly, buoyantly cascading across her shoulders like a waterfall in moonlight. Her face was thin, almost ethereal, with deep, sad eyes, the browns of her irises a magnificent swirl of chestnut and gold, catching the candlelight. She sat across from me, her hands folded in her lap, nails bitten short. There was something about her that called to my spirit, a quiet pull I couldn't ignore. Whether it was instinct or something more, it whispered that she was important. After the session, as we packed up, I approached her. The floor creaked under my sneakers, and the lingering smoke from my incense made my eyes water slightly. "First time?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked up, eyes locking onto mine with a vulnerability that hit like a gust of wind. "Yeah, I'm Kayla. I heard about this place from the church down the street. Religion wasn't cutting it for me." I nodded, leaning against a chair. "Same here. Name's Ben. What brings you?" She hesitated, tucking a curl behind her ear. Her voice was soft, laced with a faint tremor. "Just looking for control, I guess, over my mind, my body." We talked for hours that night. Long after the others left, the hall grew colder, the wind rattling the windows like impatient fingers. I opened up to her in a way I hadn't in years. Told her about Rose, the Morgellons that plagued her. "She'd show me her arms," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. "Red marks, fibers poking out like they were alive." Doctors said it was all in her head. Stress manifested physically. But agony, it broke her. One night, she just walked out, vanished. Kayla's eyes widened, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something. Recognition? Pain? She rolled up her sleeve then, revealing her own arm. Angry red welts, thin fibers glinting under the light like embedded wires. My stomach twisted, a cold dread uncoiling like those very fibers. It was just...
Fucking ads! God damn it! Well... One day I'll be able to make it through. You should have seen yesterday. Yesterday was so bad. Anytime I wanted to basically say anything, an ad popped up. It was bad. Bad ads. Dad, bads, bad ads. Badads, dad, bad ads. Dad, bad ads. Dad, bad, ads. Edit ads, bad ads. Bad ads, dad, bads, bad ads. I like it, but also I'm more of a fan of voice-only type storytelling. Okay. Minimalistic, right? So that you don't get, like, things that, like, pull you out of the narrative. Makes sense. Yeah, because I know some people like minimalistic, some people like over the top. So I was like, well, this time let's just do minimalistic. Because we're trying to do a different type of everything, right? Yeah, also, like, good narrator. Like, some people are made for radio and audiobooks. Yeah, so am I doing a good job with the narrating? Because that's like, to me, that's what I should be working on the most, is, like, the voice acting and making sure that I'm selling the story, that it doesn't sound like I'm reading a script, that it doesn't sound like Ninja said, that I sound bored while I'm reading it. And then there's Callie that's like, you're too over the top. It's like too much. So I have to find this like medium between it, right? And like the shifting of everything. But are you ready to toke, Raymond? This time I'm not gonna toke while you're rolling. Because unlike with Queen, where we just, Queen just has the pen, so just boom, anytime she's ready to go. Up and in it and on it and at her. 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, back at her.
Like Rose, the anxiety hit me hard. Would Kayla disappear too? Was this fate mocking me? Dangling hope only to snatch it away? You're scared, I said, reaching out but stopping short of touching her. She nodded, tears welling.
No, it was the same way narrating. Mine's different.
I don't know what to do. Doctors say it's psychosomatic, but it feels so real. The itching, the pulling, like something's invading me. We spent a great deal of time together after that. I'd invite her to my apartment, a cramped space with bookshelves sagging under self-help tomes and faint smell of chamomile tea always brewing. We'd meditate side by side on the warm rug, city sounds filtering in, horns blaring, distant laughter. Breathe in the light, I'd guide her, echoing Marcus's words. Visualize the fibers retracting, retreating, your mind pushing them back. Slowly, Morgellons began to recede. Her skin cleared, the red marks fading to pink scars. But the anxiety gnawed at me. What if it's not enough?
And it's also genre too. Like
Goodbye,
type of
Marcus,
narration
one
depends on
afternoon.
genre, right?
Sun slanting through the hall's dusty windows. She reminds me so much of Rose. What if she just leaves? Marcus steepled his fingers, his gaze thoughtful. The mind's veil is thin, Ben. But you're stronger now. Trust the process. Kayla and I grew closer. Over carnation-scented evenings, we'd discuss inner nirvanas, heightened self-awareness. You make me feel seen, she said once, her hand brushing mine, warm and tentative. The tea steamed between us, its floral notes soothing, like I can fight this. But one day, it all shattered. We were in my apartment, cross-legged on the floor, and sent curling, lazy smoke trails that stung my eyes. Chamomile tea cooling in mugs, its bitterness lingering on my tongue. As we delved deeper into meditation, discussing the heights of self-awareness, I felt it, a deep darkness inside, hiding like a shadow in the recesses. It wasn't from me. It emanated from Kayla. A cold void that made my skin prickle. I don't know if my actions were the cause, or if fate orchestrated it. I dove into that darkness, probing it with my mind as we'd been taught. What I found broke me more than I'd imagined. Evil, ancient and consuming, a hunger lurking in the depths, hidden even from her, but growing, infecting. Wires and fibers weren't surface deep anymore. They drove into bone, muscle, every fiber of our being. The only barrier was the thin veil of denial, but it was failing. I've always seen something in her eyes I couldn't place. I thought it was sadness, a longing, but now I recognize it. Fear. She knew she was losing herself, but admitting it would shatter everything. My acknowledgement pierced the veil, cascaded, the shield crumbling. An overwhelming wave crashed over us. Her eyes glazed over, vacant as glass. I felt her mind retreating, slipping away like sand through fingers. I broke the meditation with a gasp, my heart pounding. The room was empty. Kayla was gone. The door stood open. Soft breeze playing across my face, carrying that same dread as 15 years ago. I never saw her again. The anxiety I'd feared had become reality. Fate's cruel echo. But in the darkness that followed, I fortified my mind once more, vowing to pull others from the brink. Yet sometimes, in the quiet nights, I wonder if I'm just pulling myself deeper in to a darkness I'll never escape. Well, that was
That's probably my favorite one because it's like more personal.
For sure. All right, well, moving on to the final story here. So let's get into it. Here we go. But don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. As always, helps the channel a lot. So, you know, comment on what story you thought was your favorite. Which ones did you like? Which ones didn't you like? You know, give us some feedback for the
Chapter 18 is up. Hell yeah, country
Anyways,
girl. We can read that as soon as we're done with this if no one else has anything.
I built a sanctuary. It was invaded, but not by our enemy. This is a true story. It happened to a friend of mine. The meditation center smelled of damp cedar and melted soy candle wax. I sat on a threadbare mat, spine straight, palms up, legs extended, chasing stillness. The manuals swore would save us.
Sassy Kitsune! Yo, what's
Then I felt
up?
an itch behind my knee, the ache in my lower back, and the generator's cough rattling through the vents.
This is our new video that we released today.
Early days of the rebellion. New stories before our guns, before our defenses, before we knew our true enemy. Just 30 idealists squatting in an abandoned community hall, pretending breath could beat the network. Ben held opposite me, eyes shut, jaw tight. Beard had gone patchy from stress and canned beans. Single battery lantern pointed gold across the scuffled floorboards. In the kitchen, Jackie, Stephen, or Drew the short straw, argued over trading our last crate of antibiotics for bullets that might not fit the 2 hunting rifles we'd scavenged. Scream ripped the quiet. My eyes snapped open. Another scream. Wet. Animal. From the east corridor. I was up, bare feet silent. Ben scrambled after me, breath ragged. We had no weapons. The fire axe in the lobby was still behind the glass. Observe, report, retreat. What we'd rehearsed, in theory, never in blood. We rounded the corner into the dorm wing. The old woman stood center hall like a nightmare stitched from hospital laundry. Gray hair hung in wet ropes, a gown sagged off bone, feet black with filth, foam flecked to her lips. She pinned Herman to the wall with one hand. Herman, ex-engineer, 180 pounds of stubborn muscle, his boots kicking air, his eyes bulged purple. Drone! Stephen shouted from the stairwell. Kill it! But drones didn't bleed. Her shins were shredded. Blood dripped in fat drops that hissed on the cold floor. Drones didn't reek of urine, mildew, and fever sweat. I snatched a broom from the cleaning closet. Ben grabbed a dented bedpan. We advanced. Let him go! I said, voice cracking on her. Her head swiveled, click, like a broken marionette. Milky eyes locked on me, pupils blown. She hissed, a sound that crawled under my skin, and hurled Herman. He flew 3 meters, hit the wall, slid down in a red smear. Jackie burst in, face chalk. Perimeter's clean! Front door was unlocked! How? The woman charged. She moved wrong, joints loose, spine snaking. Ben swung the bedpan, it thudded into her shoulder. Warm, solid, human. She snarled, raked claws across his forearm. 3 gashes bloomed red. I jammed the broom handle in her gut. She folded, retched pink foam, then bit the wood. Splinters exploding. Restrain her! Stephen arrived with zip ties. We piled on 4 bodies, 30 seconds of thrashing. She drew blood from Stephen's ear, another 10 seconds to gag her with a towel. She never stopped growling. I dragged her to the meditation room and dumped her in the corner. Lantern light turned to foam marshmallow, sickly foaming at the mouth. Ben's arm swelled, cuts already angry. Herman coughed, voice shredded. Pulse 180, temp 104. She's cooking. Jackie knelt, cautious. Network doesn't send grandmas with lockjaw. The woman's eyes tracked us, pupils jittering, muffled, her voice screeching through the gag. Ben's shoulders sagged. Stephen paced. No comms, no fence, but chicken wire. One sick old lady walks through the front door. If it was a drone, we'd be goners. Herman rasped. Guns. That's what we need. Antibiotics might help the sick. Can't help the sick if we're dead, though. I stared at her bracelet. Cracked plastic. St. Paul's Geriatric Ward, 7C. Name: Agnes Choi. Expiration: 3 days ago. Ben whispered, She's dying. His cuts throbbed. He flexed his fingers, testing. I thought, drones don't foam, don't bleed, don't quote manifestos. This wasn't a scout. This was a warning shot fired by a corpse. Jackie stood. Root, cellar, triple straps, shifts. Tomorrow we hit the RCMP detachment. Guns, ammo, dogs if we can steal them. No more yogurt retreat bullshit. Stephen nodded, grim. Motion sensors, tripwires, real walls. Herman touched his throat. If the network can get one grandmother past us, we're already dead. We just haven't stopped breathing. Agnes twitched. Final wet rattle, her eyes rolled white. The room stank of death and cheap wax. Ben tore his shirt, wrapped his arm. Blood soaked through instantly. Looked at me. At all of us, circling like spooked deer.
Oh, I fucked
Felt
that
the
up.
rebellion's fragility settle
Oops,
on my
I
chest.
forgot to
like
resize
wet
that.
wool. Outside, wind rattled the loose pane. Somewhere in the dark, the true enemy loomed. Wow, you made it all the way to the end. Congratulations. Again, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. What did you like? What didn't you? Whatever feedback you can give. Do you like the voice? Do you not like the voice? Anyways, thank you again for watching and sticking around. You are amazing, and we will, of course, see you in the next one. Thank you for listening. Do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The blue might catch up to you if you do not. Be sure to check out more Blue Horror
And that's a little
Stories.
quiet. So there we go. What do you guys think of the release of today? All right. Another successful launch! As always. Okay. So now, Country Girl! Oh, turn this back to where it was. Let's get it. Oh. Well, Raymond, you have essay? So we'll have to read Raymond's essay first, because Raymond was here first. I didn't know you dropped one, because I asked, but then, like, okay, you know what, guys, my biggest problem is, I ask questions, and then I ignore the answers. Because I'm fucking retarded, but I gotta take a piss and grab more water. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's do it! From the mustachioed painter to Kaiser, I could save Chili too. Okay, okay. Fascinating.
we on viewer stories? We are. I'm retarded. Alright. Raymond's new essay, from the mustachioed painter to Kaiser. I'm guessing, of course, this is the Austrian painter. Yeah. Yeah. I could save Chile too. No, I'm not a fascist. The statement, simple as it may be, becomes well, I will say this. Not every single one of his ideas, you know, was bad. The 99.9999% of his ideas were bad, but you can't say that it's like he didn't have one single good idea. It's just the problem is that people always fixate on that one single idea. I think that's one of the biggest ones, actually, Raymond, is, yeah, advocacy for, like, no, like, because basically to him, right, like, animals are above, it's like Aryans, animals, every other species, or race, and gay people, then disabled people. So, yeah. He had some ideas about, you know, he was a vegan, right? As well. Some animals, not all animals, but still. Yeah, but he was a vegan. Like, he actually, in that factor, like, he practiced what he preached, right? Which is like, yeah, not a lot of people can actually say that nowadays. But anyways, the statement, simple as it may be, becomes a pretentive act in a country where any critique is immediately interpreted as political alignment. He became a vegan by the end, though. Yeah. Yeah. But you could say it's probably because he was doing so much meth that he just never ate anything anyways. But, you know. I'm like, do I eat or do I do meth? Well, I fucking do meth, duh. In Chile, mere independent observation seems a sin. Criticize the left, you're branded a fascist. Criticize the right, a communist. Question both, and you're suspicious. The world is built so retardedly for retarded people. If retarded people couldn't vote, we wouldn't have a two-party system. Video of him high as balls during the Olympics. Yeah, Electrancy! Yo, what's up, Electrancy? It's been a bit. How are you? How's it going? Have you checked out any of the new releases, Electrancy? So, we got a comment today from a random person that said, if we didn't do AI thumbnails, we might get more clicks. Wasn't listening to your I was an AI engineer. I was just listening to your I was an AI engineer vid. My very first video, the story that started the entire Lisa Lives Forever series, and the one story I didn't write. It's good. What do you think of the voice?
I enjoy doing that deep sounding narration. It keeps you in the groove of what you're doing. And you can add emphasis on the up and the down, across the board and over the top. Oh, where have we gone? We do not know. But seeping through the bones, we find that allure that holds us at bay. The only thing in our blood that keeps us going is pure determination.
But I have to admit, I'm confused about something perhaps you can shed light on. Okay, Electrancy. Probably not, but I can try.
The demand for an obligatory ideology position is not an accident of political history, but a form of social control that compresses plural thought into a linear axis, reducing it to categories understandable to the democratic spectacle. You mentioned in the year 2019, but the videos are from like 80s. It's very much expecting it to be about the 80s. Wait, I mentioned the year 2019. Then that's a mistake. That's probably just because that's the original script that's in the thing. So yeah, that's just a mistake. It is what it is. There's, you know, the videos are gonna have mistakes in them. I'm not perfect. Other than that, it was great. Hell yeah. Well, there you go, Electrancy. I'm glad. Damn. I mean, just like the video today, guys. Like, the very end screen. We fucked it up. Wow. We forgot to resize it. And there was a moment where we forgot to clip something, so there's like a 5-second pause, and then I retake, because that's what I do when I'm looking for, like, spacing. When I fuck something up, I wait like 5 or 6 seconds, so I know there's a gap, and then I look for the gaps when I'm editing, so I don't have to go through the entire story. But it appears I'm actually getting worse, not better. Eep. Eepers, jeepers, weepers, sleepers, beepers. Oof. Oofa-daisies. But hey guys, that's what it's all about, right? I mean, at this point, it looks like the one thing that's holding us back is thumbnails. So if anyone out there wants to design thumbnails for me and have a completely different perspective from my perspective about thumbnails, maybe that's what we need. We need to just redo all the thumbnails for, like, all of the videos. Thinking outside that line is dangerous. Not because it is incorrect, but because the Chilean democratic system operates like a labeling machine. Requires everyone to occupy a predefined slot. What appears as freedom is in reality coercion. Freedom to choose among options that have already been domesticated. Exactly, Raymond. Filtered and packaged for consumption. In that framework, criticizing figures like, I don't know who Yara is interpreted as heresy, yet structural analysis reveals that the actions of the left do not represent rupture, but additive continuity. This observation does not imply sympathy for the right, points to the illusion of change in the face of political invention. The meme, I like pancakes. Comment, so you hate waffles? Why do you hate waffles? What did waffles ever do to you? Guys, this guy fucking hates waffles, man. The fuck is wrong with him? It's like, what? No, what's wrong with you, bro? I said I liked pancakes. Ugh, politics. Everyone is an enemy in politics. Politics is the art of hating humanity. Yeah, I can definitely see that, Electrancy. Yup. That's a very good way to say it. Similarly, the emerging libertarian delirium cannot be read merely as an anecdotal phenomenon. Its apparent radicalism conceals a recycling of historical narratives, a return of emotional and rhetorical structures that have operated in other areas under different banners. The novelty of the proposal lies not in its content, but in its ability to seduce those who have been depoliticized by decades of moderate discourse and pragmatic governance. True. Oh.
We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, so I'm just gonna grind some weed. So get your tokes ready, guys. We're gonna be ready for it coming up. But all I need now is to sit back and wait. Ah! Fuck. There was more weed. I almost lost the grinder on the floor again. How many balls have been lost? That scream. Shit. That was a real one, boys. That was a real one. I said where there went big Jacker Sherper Wop Bubber Imbitter Use a boot Bit about burn Mama do Baba do de da da ba the eternity I da 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 to la 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 one I do the Torica. Bro speaks Moonroons. Shipping Bob, shipping me, but a habadoo, it be happened to Nibidom, but whole days. It's like tongues, but only no one can understand it, instead of everyone being able to understand it. So it's like anti-tongues. It's the devil's work! Okay. Critique, therefore, is not a matter of political taste, but of structural discernment, understanding how and why certain economic and social fantasies present themselves as solutions while replicating old patterns. Quoting Kaiser's discourse, the dramatic intensity of his speech is immediately apparent. Chileans, since the 2019 uprising, our people have been gradually, like the dude who pranked the British gov by posing as the Sultan of Zanzibar. Dude goes, Abjaj Fizz Ja. His translator, his friend, goes, the Sultan wants to see the local market. Durka, Muhammad Jihad, Durka, Muhammad, Durka, Jihad, Muhammad, Durka, Muhammad Jihad. That's too fucking funny though. Is that racist? It's only racist if it's intent. I'm trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be malicious. God, being funny is racist. No, because the definition of funny, the definition of racist It's not racist if you're quoting Team America. No, I don't mean the Durka Durka. I mean the the trying to speak Arabic without speaking Arabic. It's like trying to speak Chinese without speaking Chinese, right? But it's not just saying like ching chong chu. It's like shou chi chao ching chao chu che chi chao chui chi chi gao go chi ko wa ba bi chi ki gao wa chao chi chang chao chi 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 gao chu gu zhong ba ba ki. Everything is racist. So relax. Alright, Lord. Okay, can we do the brown accent while we do we speak in Chinese? Okay, let's try Chinese while we are in the brown. Okay, here we go. Alright, is a she shall I don't know if it works or not. I don't know. I tried though. It was okay. Who knows? I don't. I never know. That's why I'm here. This is why I am here. Don't worry. No, Nihongo hanashimasu. Nihongo daisuki da. Everything that seemed to oppose that line leading straight to perdition soon revealed itself as fallacy and mirage. Slightest improvement that appeared in the spring was never anything other than the alternative within the vestitudes of a conjuncture of a system and an economy heading toward disaster, and was praised by the government as its own success. It is necessary to recall the situation we were in last January. Countryside on the path to ruin, the middle class already largely ruined, the tax burden unbearable, number of bankruptcies constantly rising, a legion of executive agents occupied with coercively collecting public and private debts. Tis is a quote. Okay. Finances of Chile, its religions and municipalities completely unbalanced. Purchasing power of the people continuously declining. And above all, rising as an imminent danger, the scourge of need, unemployment. Kaiser's speech shows the dramatic intensity of his narrative and seemed indisputable to many. However, I must confess that I lied. This fragment does not correspond with any recent speech by Kaiser. In reality, it is a literal excerpt from Adolf Hitler, delivered on March 21, 1934, during the inauguration of the Labor Crusades. German workers. I do not believe that any government has ever inherited a worse legacy than the one we took on January 30th, 1933. Since the November 1918 uprising, our people have been gradually precipitated step by step into decadence. Everything that seemed to oppose that line leading straight to perdition soon revealed itself as fallacy and mirage. The slightest improvement that appeared in the spring was never anything other than an alternative within the vestitudes of the conjuncture of a system and an economy heading toward disaster, and was praised by the government of its own success. It is necessary to recall the situation we were in last January, the countryside on the path to ruin, the middle class already largely ruined, the tax burden unbearable. Number of bankruptcies consistently rising, a legion of excessive agents occupied with coercively collecting public and private debts, finances of the right and the federal states and municipalities completely unbalanced, purchasing power of the people continuously declining, and above all, rising is an imminent danger, the scourge of need, unemployment. And that's kind of one of the biggest problems with, like... Okay. The biggest problem with the idea of, like, banning Hitler speeches is in 20 years from now, when another person is up there saying this shit, everyone's gonna be... and no one's gonna fucking see it. Because no one's been warned, because it's been hidden, essentially, from... instead of thrown in our face. I think Hitler's speeches should basically be thrown in your space. Yeah, exactly. And it's like... the fact that it's, like, hidden to the side and everything is, like... to me, the biggest problem. You know? The censorship of it itself and saying, oh no, that's bad! You don't want this! It's like, look how many people say the exact same shit, and everyone's like... It's like... look at what people do, not what people say. That's, like, the most important thing, because no one ever does what they say. They do what they want, and they say what they need. Instead of saying, you know, doing what they need and saying what they need. But people say and what people do never line up. And when they do, I had to find a digital edition of the collected Hitler speeches just to quote that. I've never watched the Hitler speeches, but, like, I understand the premise behind it, and it's the same thing with, like, North Korean speeches, or, like, in some cases, Chinese speeches. You know, it's that very much of, we're telling you that everything's okay, it's all just populism. Yeah. What do you all think of the new governor of New York? You mean the mayor of New York? Mamdani? Or Mamdami? If he's a communist, then he would give away his family's wealth. Isn't he a Middle Eastern guy? Yeah. He's from a extremely rich and, like, prosperous family in the Middle East. He's a communist, though. But he's gained wealth through capitalism, but he preaches communism. So it won't take him seriously until he takes his entire family wealth and gives it to the people of New York City. He's claiming both of those things aren't true. Well, AOC also says that she grew up in the Bronx. So, don't, you know... even though it's like... she's college educated. She went to, like, Harvard. Like... claims are claims. Just go find the proof. The proof is out there, right? What's his family? Where does his family live? How much is his family worth? Okay, how did they gain that wealth? Oh, okay. How was he raised? Oh, okay. Right? So I'd say to him, okay, well, where's the proof that you were raised as this poor person? You know? But no, they never have proof of their claims. There's only proof against their claims. Which I always find is funny. But yeah. Absolutely ridiculous. But, I mean, I hope he does a good job, right? I don't care who the fuck you are, as long as he does a good job. If he cleans up the streets, makes places affordable, right? Is he gonna... if he does a good job, it's good. If he doesn't do a good job, he didn't do a good job. I don't give a fuck who he is, what his politics are, what he believes. All that matters is did he do a better job than the person before him? At least that's a step in the right direction. And if not, well, he's just like everyone else. Somehow it keeps getting worse. Fuck if I know. That's just how I think about it. And I try to, like, stay away from, like, specifically Canadian politics because it just pisses me off. I like American politics because I'm Canadian. It doesn't necessarily, you know, it's not a direct effect. I don't have a vote. A woman, Yara, who's running for president here, says, I was also a day laborer Or, I was a factory worker. I lived in X place. Nobody believes her, and now they say, yeah, you too, sure. Well, it's a red herring. Yeah, well, the thing is, politicians take bad measures to make themselves look good. Yup. You know who I want? This is who I want for president. If we could get Vermin Supreme for president, I think America, I'm a friendly fascist. I'm authoritarian, but you'll like everything that I do. Oh my god. This guy rocks. Yeah, he's got some great ideas too. And the fact that he plays it all as satire is like the best part. Free citizen will get a free pony. Oh my god. Messianic rhetoric is interchangeable. Hitler in Germany in 1934. I know a guy like this in real life. Sadly, guys, I am that guy in real life. One day I should just take this and put this on my head instead of my toque. Just one day I come on stream. Do it as like a Christmas thing. Scotty for president. Like I said, if I was president, I would instigate UBI that everyone makes whatever amount, pays their rent, and gets them food. Then I would have automatic, like, delivery systems set up for, like, home groceries that automatically delivers you your groceries. And that's your baseline. That's what you get, that's what the state has decided that you get, and you basically vote on that, right? You know, you get a little bit of junk food, you get some ice cream, you know, you get to choose between, different things. You get, like, desserts, you get your things, but it's all provided in meal format in a way that, that's communism if it makes billionaires less happy. Yeah. And then anyone would get, like, a set amount of money, so you get, like, $2,000 a month to do whatever you want with, and that'd be, like, your entertainment costs. So your housing, your food, and your entertainment would be paid for. No one would be required to have a job, but if you had a job, you would get paid insane amounts of money. Like, the minimum wage would be, like, $400 an hour. But no one would have to work, so, like, no one would really want to work, right? You could, like, work for a month, and then the price would fluctuate of how much people get paid based upon the demand of labor. No need to work, but if you work, you become a billionaire. Yeah, and then you can, like, go, because, like, this would just be inside the country, right? So if you went to another country, you would be fucked. Babe. Ray, take Toke with us. True. So that way, it would still enable you to have the ability to have capitalism. So it would have a baseline foundation of communism, but built on top of that communism would be, if you wanted to go above, you could use capitalism to increase your wealth. But no, the poverty line wouldn't exist because the government would take care of it. Less chefs in the kitchen, more productivity. Exactly. And where does this economy take place? In your book? No, Dreamy Bloody. I'm saying, if I was president, this is what I would do. I would become an authoritarian government. I would pull in the military. I would kick absolutely every single person out of Congress. I would kick everyone out of the government. I would reestablish absolutely everything. Every position in the government would be voted in.
Minnie Me loves chocolate. Scotty don't.
And online voting would be the way that you do it. And you'd have to take a test for the candidates. And the minimum wage would depend on the demand for work. So the more demand for work, because people weren't working, the wages go up. So you could work for a couple days and go on a vacation to like Japan for like 3 years. And where does the economy come from? That $37 trillion in debt, we're gonna turn that minus into a plus. So we're just gonna make $37 trillion out of nowhere and just give it to people. You would have problems because countries threaten to drop nuke on each other for exactly that reason. I would say, Bloody Dreamy, okay, drop your nuke, bring on World War III. Let's do it. Bring it on. Don't just sit there and spit it. Press the button, motherfucker. I fucking dare you. Hell, I'll press the button if you don't. If you don't press the button in 10 seconds, I'll press the button. Everybody thinks that there will be problems. That's cope out advice. And there's always going to be problems. We are going to take... Why did you redeem? Do not redeem! Oh no, we must redeem a talk. We are redeeming a talk. Oh no, I am the redeemer. What have I done? No. No, what have I done? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. And you know what else I would do, guys? I would shut down the stock market. Everything in the stock market would be absolutely virtual, and it would have no monetary value. It would simply be a representation of public interest and public sentiment. Yeah. Yeah. So no more of this bullshit trading and this bullshit fake money. If you don't have the money physically in your bank, no more like of this investment bullshit. We replace that with the $37 trillion. Right? And you know what, guys? If it doesn't work, okay, we tried it. It didn't work. But I'd fucking try it. Because the biggest problem with communism is that it's always purely communism. And when it's capitalism, it's like always purely capitalism. When it's socialism, it's always purely socialism. Why can't we have a social foundation, a communism foundation, and then a vertical integration of capitalism? Why not? I don't see any reason why we can't do that. Other than people just saying, ah, that would fuck me over. Exactly. That's why the first thing I would do if I became president is I would call in the military and I would kick everyone out of the government. And we would just start from scratch. But you can't shut down. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm a dictator now, bitch. Get fucked. Anyone can do whatever they want as long as they don't break the law. You break the law, you're going to get fucked. If you want to change the law, vote for it. So I'll remember to never vote Scotty. I mean, I think it would be good, right? For at least like a couple of days. It would be like playing The Sims, where you're watching your house burn. It's fun until you have to load your game. Messianic rhetoric is interchangeable. Hitler in Germany in 1934. The irony is lost when a lawmaker breaks the laws they agreed to. Yeah. Like, 1 week of Sims-like logic. But there are protocols for doing what you want. That's what people call revolution. There's even a book that teaches you step by step how to do it. Or not lost. I set my house on fire for the backstory. Sometimes in Sims, though. It's like, oh my god, do you guys know, this shit, just because,
Welcome to
do you guys know, Viva La Dirt League?
Tales of Fantasy.
Viva La Dirt League. They do skits. Video game skits. Problem is that you don't seem to have a good grasp of economics.
No.
So it's not just about corruption. It's necessary to understand how a society could transform itself into a potentially self-sustainable one. Agreed, Dreamy Bloody. I have no idea what I'm doing or what I'm talking about.
No, I've changed my mind. I will lift weights. I must become
Electrency, no, that's the problem. Nobody understands law, and nobody understands economy, but everyone pretends that they do. Not about everything. I meant from an economic standpoint. Yeah.
What? No, come on, I'm hungry. No, I've changed my mind. I will lift weights. I must become strong.
What the f is going on?
Wasn't there like a get rid of free will button on The Sims 1 so they don't do shit till you tell them? Yes! Yeah, pretty much.
No, I've changed my mind. I will lift weights. I must become strong.
From a military standpoint, you've demonstrated that you would be quite tyrannical, and it's difficult to have international relations like that. But China does. Russia does. Like, you say that, but there's so many examples in the world of it actually being the opposite of the case. I mean, China's like the number one, exporter of shit. You could say America's the largest monetarily, but China's is the largest, like physically, like product-wise. Yeah, they're doing a whole series on Sims logic. It's fucking great. I love Viva La Dirt League. They're fucking amazing. Oh, here, I'll share you the link so you guys can go check them out. Give them some love. They do amazing stuff. But yeah, there's I would be absolutely a tyrannical dictator, but like I would do what was best for the people. What was best for the most people. And that would fuck over basically absolutely every person who has money. You'd be like, I worked so hard to get my money! Well, it's like, yeah, so? Everyone else works hard and doesn't get money. That's because the U.S. removed its own factories from the country. So that was a problem. The factories are now in other countries, so that's another reason for the wars. People want things that belong to others, like rare earth elements, for example. Commodities. Yep. And I would be, like, hovering my finger over the nuke button, being like, okay, guys, are you going to give us your resources or not? Because we're going to take them either way. We can do this the nice way or we can do this the bad way. You want to do it the nice way? Okay. We're going to give you a shit ton of stuff. We're going to make it absolutely worth your while. And we're going to absolutely improve everything about your country. All we need is those rare earth materials. Yeah. We're going to give you absolutely everything that you need in order to survive. We're just going to take those rare earth materials. Does that sound fair? I don't know. Ads! Trump placed an aircraft carrier at my country's doorstep under the protest that Venezuela needs to be overthrown, but in reality Trump wants Brazil and Venezuela's earth rare minerals. Brazil is the largest territory with this type of resource. Yup. Unobtainium. Talk! The son of my former president went to the United States to ask Trump to invade Brazil. That's the biggest problem, right? Solve as many wars as there are. China doesn't do that sort of thing. Wait. Yes they do, Dreamy Bloody. China absolutely does do that. What would you call it? This is a small little video about this.
In the contested waters of the South China Sea,
oh,
a
perfect
dramatic
accent.
and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving
Didn't two Chinese vessels
vessels.
smash into each other?
A Chinese Coast Guard vessel, CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette,
People's Liberation Army.
with the PLA Navy's
Yeah, see, two ships.
Guilin during a high-speed maneuver.
They smashed into
intended
each
to
other.
block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage.
Always make fun of my
and protection
accent,
for
but you've
local
never
fishermen.
heard it, and I don't speak like an
collision
Indian.
itself
No, I'm
was
saying,
severe.
I'm not making fun of your accent, Dreamy. I love the accent. This is a good
Structural
accent.
damage to its bow.
I'm not
The
making
video
fun of
showed
it. I
the
am
front
praising
section of
it.
the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters.
I love this
The impact
accent.
raised immediate
It is my
concerns
favorite
about
accent
possible
beside the Asian
casualties,
accent.
especially after two unidentified floating objects were spotted nearby. However, Chinese authorities did not confirm any man overboard incident, nor did they issue any official statement acknowledging the mishap. In stark contrast, the Philippine Coast Guard offered assistance despite the aggressive behavior of the Chinese vessel, underscoring their professionalism and adherence to humanitarian norms. This incident is a significant embarrassment for China on multiple fronts. It reveals a troubling lack of coordination between its own maritime forces. The fact that a Coast Guard vessel collided with a Navy
China built that
destroyer
megaport in
during a
Greece,
routine
which they will manage
operation
for the next 60
suggests
years,
serious flaws
for
in
which it should revert to
communication,
Greek
navigation, or
ownership,
command
and I wouldn't be
protocols.
surprised if,
The event
when the term
occurred in a
ends, they
region
renew
where
the contract for
China
another
has been
60 years. They act like,
asserting its territorial
just
claims,
like the US.
attempting
Yeah.
to project strength and control. Instead, the
3,
collision
2, 1,
undermined
go!
that narrative, turning a show of force into a spectacle of internal dysfunction. The response, or lack thereof, from Chinese authorities further compounded the humiliation. While the Philippine Coast Guard maintained composure and extended help, China remained silent, failing to acknowledge the incident or engage diplomatically. This contrast in behavior highlighted not only China's operational missteps, but also its inability to manage maritime crises with transparency or professionalism. Finally, this collision adds to a growing list of maritime blunders that have damaged China's international image. From water cannon incidents to aggressive ramming tactics, China's assertive maritime policy
all in a place that's not, it's on the coast of the fucking Philippines. It's not even in Chinese waters.
The Scarborough Shoal, where this incident occurred, is one of the most sensitive flashpoints in the region. What was intended to be a routine assertion of dominance instead became a public relations disaster and a tactical failure.
Yeah. But anyway, so like China does the same thing, but every country does. I'm not just like, I'm shouting out China because China's super aggressive about it, but other countries do it in their own ways. Think that matters to West Taiwan? You mean China's independent island? The thing is, among these unequal deals between Latin America countries and the major powers, China currently offers the better deal by a small bit. Well, they also do the Belt and Road Initiative, where they're fucking over small countries and accumulating small countries into debt. I'm calling China West Taiwan. Oh. I see. I see, country girl. Yes. What's this?
China took over Greece's near-bankrupt port and turned it into the largest in the Mediterranean, much to the envy of the West. Let's find out more in this video. As a European country...
I'm not saying that they don't do good things. It's not that they don't do good things. It's that they're so few and far between. China is not interested in forever wars to control the world. They're more interested in economic development. Greece was a basket case after they opt for the Euro, borrowing irresponsibly, when hosting the Olympics, which is so expensive to host. Greece was on the floor, Europe jettisoned them, imposed punishing terms for economic help. Then came China looking for win-win projects. Hence, the takeover of Piraeus Port. Today, both Greece and China enjoy prosperity together. China works with that Chinese workers, not Greek. China 100% want to take over the world. Oh, no, 100%. China's been trying to take over the world for 4,000 years. China is one of the oldest countries in the entire world. China is 100% trying to take over the world. In their own way. 100%. Every country is trying to take over the world, though. It's just, do they have the actual ability to do it? If you give the country an ability to take over the world, the country will take over the world. Big powers always want to take over the world, especially the ones with imperial pasts. Yeah. That's not a racist view. It's, they literally want to be able to control the entire world. But so does America. So does Canada. I'm not saying they're the only ones. Russia wants to do it. Pakistan, Israel, Turkey, Nigeria. Like, every country At least if you're pushing your country forward, you should be wanting to take over the world. It's actually like a good thing because that shows like a hunger, a prosperity, a longing, a direction, a drive for your nation. Now you don't have to do it through war. You can do like a lot of conquest nowadays is economic conquest, and that's why companies are said to be the new nations. Like if you look at sci-fi in the future, companies rule the world, not nations, right? Because you believe that other nations are your enemies. The world isn't like that. No, just because they want to take over the world doesn't mean they're an enemy. Because just because they want to take over the world doesn't mean they want to take over the world with war and that. They want to take over the world with an economic view. They want to take over the world with a trade view. They want to take over the world with a cultural exchange. They want to take over the world with a spreading of knowledge, right? I think you're thinking about this way too much in the context of war. But the new age is not about conquest through war as much as it is soft power. Soft power is what's going to influence other countries the most. And if you can infiltrate and do that to other countries, like what's happening in Europe with the Middle East, Trump was the one caught in bizarre letters, the Stein letters, and it's China that wants to dominate the world. What? I don't see China as an enemy, but they totally want that. Pen is mightier than the sword. Exactly. He's a pervert, like way before that. He's a clown. Mightier, yeah. Their police officers walk around unarmed, man. They want to end world war in a cute way. I'm just gonna say, Dreamy Bloody, public police officers don't carry weapons. State police officers carry weapons. State police officers are undercover officers. It's kind of I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I've watched the China show for years. Guys that lived in China literally got kicked out of China for, like, talking about shit. So it's like, I consider myself informed on China because of people that get information straight from the Chinese internet, straight from China. And you can say, yeah, sure, it's curated in a way, but you always take a bias into hand with it. Maybe I'm naive. I mean, I'm not saying that there's not a good side to China, right? I'm just saying I think you're projecting too much of this being bad and being evil in the context of conquering and ruling the world. I don't think having the dream of being like, I want my country to be so good that the entire world wants to be inside of my country. Is it better if I put it that way, Dreamy Bloody? Like, if your aspirations for your country are like, I want everyone to be so prosperous that everyone in the world wants to be in my country, to the point that people are willing to become, like, servitudal states, or whatever they're called, right? But right and wrong exist, and often these things are counterintuitive. But I'm just saying, like, theoretically, in a world where you want to make your nation so good that everyone wants to come to your nation, that's you trying to conquer the world, but it's you doing it in a positive way. That's what I'm trying to say. It's about the way that you do it. It's not about what you're trying to do, right? If you're trying to dominate the world in economy, in trade, in, like, culture, I think that's extremely positive. And that's a great way to try to press your influence to take over the world. Not expand my borders because I have a strong military. No, you expand your borders because other countries come to you and say, you know what, we think you're doing it right, and we'd like a hand in us doing it right too. You wanna help us out? We'll become a sovereign nation. I think eventually, give it 300 years, we'll have like a global agreed upon nation that'll be a company like Brando or Brondo from Idiocracy. China gave weapons to the Nepalese monarchy to kill Maoist insurgents. They surely showed solidarity with their fellow Maoists, just as they did in Peru, giving weapons to Fujimori to fight the Shining Path, also Maoists. China is after the money and power, the Earth Company. It's got electrolytes. It's what plants crave. But yeah, there is always the perceived, you could say, propaganda, but there's also the reality of look at what countries have done in the past, right? Like, America's done some pretty fucked up stuff, but China's done some really fucked up stuff. Russia's done some fucking fucked up stuff, right? So it's like, they don't want to dominate, they want to unify. It's one of the process to achieve socialism. It's a stage. But there are people who believe that this process is just an excuse to dominate. People only believe this because lies are spread, fake news, for example. Well, I would retort to that, Dreamy Bloody, with the fact of how China... Why does China think that Taiwan belongs to China? And why is it that you can get arrested in China if you talk about Taiwan? Or is that just propaganda that's not true? And if I went to China like Hassan did, and I started pulling out Mao memes, I wouldn't get pulled over to the side of the road. Like, this literally happened 3 fucking days ago. To someone who's literally doing a white monkey tour in fucking China. I'll say it. Hassan's doing a white monkey tour in fucking China, and I want to see the China show do an episode on Hassan. And so what I'm confused about, Dreamy Bloody, is because the U.S. set up a base there, just like they did wanting to set up one on Russia's doorstep, just to start a conflict. And who wanted it to start it? Trump, and the same ones getting involved in the Gaza war. Dreamy Bloody, but what does that have to do with, like, authoritarianism and, like, China, like, you not being able to speak your voice in China? Like, you're saying China's good and you have, like, free speech in China, basically. And I'm saying, no, you don't have free speech in China. China's fucked. So I'm confused. And the U.S. has military bases all over the world, and I'm pretty sure the U.S. has U.S.-Chinese joint military bases in China. You have a speech about freedom there. Where did you get the idea that you don't? Dreamy Bloody, if I'm in Canada and I say fuck Trudeau, like, people walk around here and have shirts that say fuck Trudeau. A kid got arrested in China for beating up a 7-year-old got arrested in China for beating up a Mao figurine and saying, I slap you! I slap you! And he disappeared. So it's like, okay, if I talk about the government and I did that to, like, Trudeau in Canada, nothing would happen to me. If I did that in China, I'd disappear. So I'm confused where there's, like, the same agency here of freedom and expression. Unless you're saying that doesn't happen in China. China has concentration camps with Muslims where Uyghurs are re-educated. Yeah, look at the Uyghur genocide in China. Is that not happening? No, like, I'm completely serious, Dreamy Bloody. Like, is all of that just propaganda? That's, you know, that's my question. Same with, like, it seems that, like, your view of Trump seems to also be, like, propaganda. Yes, he's a con artist. Yes, he's a piece of shit. But, like, he's a businessman. He knows how to fuck the system. And he's using it to his absolute advantage to make America a better fucking country. Not saying China is the root of all evil, but saying they are the ones to unify the world is like people who say the same about the US. You guys are so paranoid. I'm high right now, and I'm not paranoid like that. Maybe I need to smoke more. I'm not paranoid, I'm just speaking facts, like Tiananmen Square. Like, you literally go on to like a DeepSeek and you can't say Winnie the Pooh. Because it thinks that you're mocking Xi Jinping. Yeah, I agree, Raymond. I don't think this conversation is actually going anywhere. Alright, the economic experiment initiated during the dictatorship was not an isolated or improvised trial, but a carefully planned project by the Chicago boys transformed the abstract theories of Milton Friedman and his colleagues into a concrete market machinery. Chilean economy of the 1970s and 1980s was subjected to an unprecedented shock. Privatization of pensions, education and healthcare, financial and trade liberalization, a constitution enshrining economic principles as the foundations of social order, Decree Laws 600, ISAPRESS, and AFP were not mere reforms, but instruments of a design that turned the economy into a field of structural experimentation, where social consequences seemed the inevitable side effect. The data speak clearly. Chile today ranks among the most neoliberal countries in the world. Public spending represents about 26.73% of GDP, approximately, according to 2024 measurements, while the OECD average exceeds 40%, again, approximately. Corporate taxes are low relative to the region. Unionization is among the lowest in the hemisphere compared to other OECD countries. Capitalization system forces all workers to rely on private funds. Financial market operates with minimal regulation. Really want to show you what I write. The whole dark medieval fantasy thing, but I haven't had time to edit it for English yet. I know you study plot structures a lot. I'd really like your verdict. Hell yeah, Dreamy Bloody. I can just use AI to translate it if you want. I do that with other people's stories. It may not come across 100%, but the idea will. And usually translation doesn't come across 100% anyways, right? But that's up to you, Dreamy Bloody. I would love to hear your work. Dark medieval fantasy sounds epic. You write on Portuguese? I'll try and put it in Google Docs. Alright, sounds good. Yes, I talk Portuguese and a little of English. Because I can read a little bit of it. Right. Communicate, whatever you want to call it. Calling for more economic freedom in Chile is not a reasonable aspiration, but an act of pure rhetoric. Country has already reached extreme limits of liberalization. The narrative that Kaiser could bring innovation or greater economic autonomy crashes against the evidence. There's no room for more neoliberalism. Any attempt to intensify it would be redundant and destructive. Democratic transition did not change this framework, but managed it. The concertation did not replace the model. I don't know that word, but oversaw it. Lagos, Bachelet, and Bachelet too, traffic influences, did not drive structural transformations but technical modernizations, massive subcontracting, retail expansion, educational and credit reforms that kept the economic principles intact. Chilean democracy functioned more as a system of efficient resource administration than as an instrument of social change. This context explains why the rhetoric of renewal promised by certain leaders, from progressive leftists to pop libertarians, lacks substance. Economic base is already configured, and any supposed savior operates within a laboratory whose logic does not allow new experiments without catastrophic risks. Contemporary Chilean politics unfolds on a stage where ideological labels often obscure more than they reveal. Did it pop up? Where did it go? Oh, it's over here. Access denied. I'll send the request and then just make sure that you accept it. It's very gore and dark. Ooh, I love that, Dreamy Bloody. I just requested access, so it'll ask you to confirm that, so that I can read it. The left maintains a discourse of social justice, equality, and worker protection, but in practice manages an economic and social system that remains intact since the transition. Jara is an example. His rhetoric emphasizes redistribution and equity, but his management focuses on programs, partial reforms, and policies that do not alter the underlying economic structure. Eduardo Artes exemplifies this contradiction in Chile. Social democracy masquerades as communism, while Artes is ignored for being exclusively red. This reflects how discourse can project radicalism while action is limited to moderatism. Egg salad. Industrial stability. Fear of authentic communism acts as a brake, ensuring that changes remain within the bounds of administered social democracy. In parallel, the right operates from a moralism that lacks a structural project. Caste, for example, deploys the narrative of the centered on defending traditional values and criticizing the left, but rarely presents a coherent government plan that would reconfigure the economy or public administration. Dependence on a visible enemy is strategic. If the radical left were to disappear from the media landscape, the conservative narrative would lose its meaning. Comparisons between figures like Boric and Cast versus Melli and Grabois show that extreme political discourses are built more on the perception of the opponent than the concrete proposals. It is in this ideological vacuum that Kaiser emerges. He is not the creator of a political disaffection, nor a spontaneous phenomenon. He is a symptom of accumulated social frustration, especially among politicized youth who perceive politics as a theater distant from their lives. True. The aestheticization of economics through platforms like TikTok and the dissemination of libertarian ideas on YouTube represented by figures like Ben Shapiro, Rallo, or Millet, provide an immediate and emotional narrative framework. Kaiser embodies this narrative. He does not propose a solid and viable action plan, but a story of simple certainties and quick solutions that captures attention and mobilizes emotions. His relevance arises from the ability to pop libertarianism to fill a deep ideological void, offering immediate answers in a context where traditional policies seemed limited, slow, or disconnected. The core of Kaiserism, forgive me for creating this monstrous term, rests in the economy conceived as a deductive, almost geometric system, where experience and empirical data lose relevance in the favor of untouchable axioms. Praxeology and Miesian, a doctrine that asserts man acts, presented as an absolute principle.
a starting point intended to explain all economic interaction from this perspective. Reality does not refute theory. If facts contradict the axioms, the fault lies with the facts, not the doctrine. This way of thinking eliminates the possibility of experimentation, statistical comparison, and ethical review based on evidence, transforming economics into dogma rather than science. Economics becomes pure geometry deduced from abstract assumptions, with the authority of a closed and incontestable system. Within this framework, the sovereign individual acquires a mythical status. He is presented as a rational and completely free actor, capable of making autonomous decisions without interference from the state or social structures. But this concept is a theoretical fiction. It comes from 18th century European thought that does not account for the complexity of societies like Chile's, or even those of its own time. From a philosophical perspective, the notion of absolute individual sovereignty lacks anthropological support. Charles Taylor, in Sources of the Self, and Shannon Zuboff, in Surveillance Capitalism, show that the complete autonomy of the rational actor is illusory. Our decisions are shaped by social, technological, and economic systems that limit formal freedom. Fantasy of the sovereign individual allows one to ignore these structures and justify policies that exacerbate inequalities under the banner of liberty. Rejection of the state, in turn, reaches almost theoretical dimensions. In Mises and Rothbard, the state is neither a political instrument nor an entity that organizes collective life. It is a moral monster responsible for all evils and the restriction of human freedom. Kaiser adopts this view without nuance, proposing a minimal state for economic regulation while simultaneously advocating a strengthened, cohesive apparatus for security and order. This contradiction is more than fucking hell. No one said we're in the middle of ads. I'm retarded. This whole time we've been in the middle of ads. I thought we were just going into ads. I was about to say, okay, we're going to ads now. It didn't send them to me. Good. We've been locking the ads out. Fuck the ads. Good. That's all that matters. This contradiction is more than conceptual. It is structural. Chile exists thanks to the state, which intervenes in natural crises. Pandemics, education, healthcare, and the administration of justice. The elimination or extreme weakening of these functions is not a theoretical experiment, but a tangible risk of collapse. These internal tensions are reflected in concrete policies. The defense of absolute economic freedom coexists with a sexual and religious moralism that seeks to regulate private behavior. Widespread privatism mixes with the identity-based nationalism that centralizes symbolic power in the state. The rhetoric of the sovereign individual clashes with the need to maintain basic institutions of social cohesion. The comparison between Rothbard, who argues that the police and courts should be privatized, and Kaiser, who proposes strengthening Carabineris and the representative apparatus, highlights the double standard that exposes the system's incoherence. Chilean libertarianism thus not only collides with practical reality, but contradicts itself. I can't read your stuff while I'm in the middle of reading Raymond's. We've already had, like, so long of a thing, right? So, we'll get to it. It should be only, like, another 10 minutes or so, if we keep at it. Carabineros equals cops? Okay. In attempts to combine absolute freedom with concentrated authority, economic decentralization with identity control, principles that in any complex society end up being incompatible. Economic and administrative program processed by Kaiser rests on a series of extreme measures that, upon rigorous analysis, prove unfeasible both mathematically and practically. The so-called tax shock processes reducing the corporate tax to a range between 0 and 15%, eliminating VAT for professionals, abolishing capital gains and business inheritance taxes, and allowing deductions for nominal interest. Was that supposed to say national interest?
Dreamy, you're very important, but so is everyone else here. No, cops equals cabaneros. Cabaneros meaning a weapon. Carabine. True, Electrancy. Everyone has equal rights. That's why we go in the order that people come in. So it goes Raymond, then it goes Country Girl, if she's here, and then Dreamy Bloody. Unless Country Girl says that Dreamy Bloody can go before her. Because his stuff's short. While abstractly, these changes promise economic freedom, a simple calculation of... Still here. I thought you were here, Country Girl. The premise, economic freedom, a simple calculation of the projected... Sorry, dude, I didn't know there was a list. That's okay, Dreamy Bloody. You're allowed to say whatever you want, man. That's okay. Don't ever feel like you're intruding or anything, you know. Feel free to speak your mind. You're never gonna get berated for it. We're just gonna explain, you know, whether it can be done or not and the reason why, right? Just to inform you, not in a negative light or anything, right? So don't ever feel bad for being assertive like that. Especially because I'm retarded and I forget shit. So if you're not assertive like that, you might get left behind. And that's why I can't say shit about being assertive. Because I'm retarded and I'm like, you guys have to be, or I'm gonna absolutely forget what the fuck is going on. Because I'm high and retarded. Well, abstractly, these changes promise economic freedom. The simple calculation of the projected deficit reveals an imbalance of between 7 to 9% of GDP, an unsustainable level for any medium-sized economy. To put this in perspective, even highly competitive countries like Switzerland or Singapore do not maintain corporate taxes this low without compromising fiscal stability and essential services. The fantasy of financing a minimal state with revenues reduced to such extremes ignores basic principles of financial sustainability. The plan to cut 200,000 public employees would be equally catastrophic. The massive reduction of personnel would affect health, education, justice, and municipal administration. The magnitude of the proposal shows that this is not about administrative efficiency, but structured weakening that would put governance and social protection at risk. Yeah, no one calls him Policius here. That's just not the name of the institution. Kaiser said, does not stop there. He proposes privatizing entire cities, an idea reminiscent to the failures of the ZEDE model of Honduras and Paul Romer's Carter cities. Separation between population and citizenship opens the door to arbitrary expulsions and the erosion of fundamental rights, creating an urban feudalism where residents depend on the will of the private operators rather than democratic institutions. Historical lesson is clear. Privatization of basic functions without solid legal frameworks generates chaos, inequality, and social conflict. In education, the voucher proposal is presented as innovative, but in reality it reproduces and amplifies a model implemented during the dictatorship. The evidence is compelling. Chile exhibits one of the highest levels of school segregation in the world, and the creation of teacher cooperatives from far improving quality has led to labor precarization and inequality among are you a journalist? Crazy stuff. Finally, the idea of total degradation under the formula for every law eliminate 5 is not only unfeasible but dangerously contradictory. The indiscriminate removal of regulations creates legal vacuums and increases arbitrariness in the enforcement of rights and duties. The risks are multiple, from environmental damage to financial crises, as well as legal insecurities for businesses and citizens. Far from liberating the economy, the sweeper law threatens to erode social cohesion and governance, highlighting that the obsession with a limitless market ignores the complexity of political and economic life. So I'm not reading what's on the page, I'm reading what's in my mind. Because I read it in my head, and then I translate it, right? No, but I studied journalism. Didn't finish. Yeah, Raymond just loves to read books. As far as I know. So he loves to do essays based upon the books that he reads and the information that he gains, and then putting his own personal perspective on it, to kind of flesh it out, right? And say, like, how does this relate to my personal experience right here and now, right? Because it's all good to be theoretical, but how does it act, if it was implemented, how would it actually affect your day-to-day life right now? That's the question that actually matters, right? Kaiser embodies the messianism of a national savior. His discourse, emotionally structured, replicates the rhetoric we introduced earlier. The contrary is a victim of an impossible inheritance, inexorable decay, and economic ruin threatening to devour everything. This pattern is not accidental. Kaiser uses the same structure Hitler employed in 1934, transplanted to a Chilean context to invoke the sense of urgency, catastrophe, and the need for a restoration. It's a way to make ideas more clear, and don't forget the I read. Very different. I only read fantasy. I'm a dopamine-addicted android. That's good. Everyone should read what they want. Exactly. I read everything from scientific papers to fantasy to murder mysteries to horror. Anything I can pretty much get my hands on. The promise of a refoundation, the narrative of collapse, and the offer of absolute order operate as a mechanism of emotional mobilization rather than a rational political program. Chile, however, cannot be fixed with simple solutions. No economic utopia, libertarian, socialist, or technocratic can replace the complexity of political, social, and economic life. History and theory show that countries are organized through institutions, commitments, and control systems that balance interests and limit individual errors. Critiques of ideological decisionism, developed by Isaiah Perlin and Karl Popper, remind us that absolute sovereignty of a ruler or the market is dangerous. Solutions that ignore contingencies in structural limits and the plurality of interests end up exacerbating existing problems. In this sense, Chilean libertarian delusion is not just an economic experiment, but a risk to social stability. As it promises an order that can never be realized without sacrificing rights, security, and cohesion. Examining a Chilean libertarian illusion from the apocalyptic cadence of Jonas Maximilian Kaiser, Berentz von Hohenhagen, to the deep structure of his economic proposals, becomes clear that traditional factions blur in the face of the logic of political spectacle. Contemporary politics does not invite debate or reflection, but performative adherence and immediate emotional reaction. Critical thinking becomes an act of resistance. Intellectual independence is not a luxury, but a requirement to avoid falling into the fascination of easy promises and providential saviors. Dude has a long-ass name. You're crazy, dude. Libertarian delusion is a symptom of the product of ideological vacuum, young frustration, and the aestheticization of economics. I stabbed myself with my fingernail because I was freaking out so hard on trying to pronounce that. On platforms like TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube, Kaiser's discourse with its national victimhood and moral urgency. Because I'm going like this with my hand, and then I was like, oh fuck, that was way too hard. Get your shit together. Stab, stab, stab. Hit sensitive part. Look at this fucking nail, though, man. This thing is sharp as shit, man. Fucking cut the skin with this. Kaiser's discourse with its because I'm always like fucking around with my hands.
I can't help it. Jesus. With its national victimhood and moral urgency, precisely replicates the emotional mechanism Adolf Hitler already deployed. That's a huge coke nail. I know, right? Like you can just pick it up and just be like, yeah, let's go. Whoa! Kaiser's discourse, with its national victimhood and moral urgency, precisely replicates the emotional mechanisms Adolf Hitler already deployed in 1923. If no one had financed Hitler, he would have remained a frustrated painter, shouting at war veterans in bars and dreaming of his apocalypse. He would never have seized power. Kaiser, for his part, remains a YouTuber, trapped in the virality of his audience, but without state infrastructure, without an army or resources, without the real possibilities of turning his speeches into concrete policy. That someone named Johannes Maximilian Kaiser Beretz von Hohenhagen resembles the mustachioed Austrian painter so closely should not surprise us. History repeats structures, but not necessarily destinies. Politics cannot be fixed with simplistic solutions or providential heroes. Absolute freedom is a mirage, and institutions are what make it possible to balance interests and protect rights. Critique of ideological decisionism and the dogma of the market or savior leaders is indispensable to maintaining clarity. Ultimately, fascination with figures like Kaiser is a reminder that the real danger does not come from the name, the emotional cascade, or viral videos. It arises when these forms gain resources, power, and structural support. As long as that does not happen, the spectacle can be intense and viral, but it remains a spectacle. Thinking, questioning, and maintaining critical independence is the true defense against political messianism. I absolutely agree 100%, Raymond. At the end of the day, power is simply a show, and those who have the best presentation maintain power the longest. But at the end of the day, all those who are in power eventually fall. Because all men die. The only thing that's truly eternal is the idea. So yeah, people are gonna vote for this libertarian YouTuber tomorrow. Like, bruh. Imagine if Nick Fuentes got elected as president. Is that basically what you're saying, Raymond? Yeah. So, I was just gonna say, so what Asmund was predicting over the last 2 years is gonna happen tomorrow? The start of it? And it's gonna start in Chile? You should go post that, Raymond. You should go see if there's something posted about that on Asmund's subreddit. I don't have enough karma on my Reddit account to post on Asmund's subreddit. Or I would go out of my way to make a post about that to get him to look into the vote tomorrow about this guy. You know what? I could probably do it on the Twitter community. So, like, is there a video talking about this? Raymond, is there a video talking about this? So who is this YouTuber? What's his,
Welcome to a talk story.
So, like, what's the YouTuber's name, Raymond? That's like his actual YouTube account?
This guy? Doesn't look like it's a very popular account. Do you have a link to the actual account? Because I don't think I can find it. Oh, name of the channel. Okay. Oh. Is this in English? Are these in English?
Open solely for their political benefits. Venezuela was the fourth richest country in the world.
But like the voiceovers are in English.
70 years later.
Cause I'm like, if I link this in like Asmon's thing and he tries to watch it, it has to be in English. Some videos are just like that on YouTube. I wonder if... so I'm just gonna link this. I'm gonna go Roach Ranch. And we're gonna go... what's the name of the vote? Raymond? Do you have like a link to like the name of the vote that's going on? So that I can send the link of that. So like the link of the YouTuber and then a link of the thing and say like if there's going to be a vote tomorrow, right? Like is it a national vote? Is it a state vote? Like, what's the vote? The presidency? Oh, it is the presidency. Is there like an official page for this? Because I wouldn't know what to link. Like, I wouldn't want to just link an article. Okay, well, I'm just going to link this article. Has Asmongold seen anything to do with the presidential election in Chile on, it would be tomorrow, which would be November 16th. 2025. Here's a link to an article, as well as a link to the YouTuber in question, who is candidate. Oh, the hook is Chile might be Chile's new president might be the Nick. Is it two T's? I don't know how to spell his name. Be the Nick Fuentes of Chile. YouTuber. Sorry, I just think this is kind of important, right? This is the first time I've been like, well, this is kind of important, right? I mean, if it gets picked up, it gets picked up, right? I can't post on the Reddit, so I can only post on here. So I'll just at Asman and see if, you know. Because, like, that title, Chile's new president might be the Nick Fuentes of Chile. I think that goes pretty hard for a title. Okay, Country Girl. Are you ready for chapter 18? We can get rid of all of this. Ready. All right. Oh, whoops. I don't think this is the right one. Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, never mind. And then probably time to pass out for the rest of the night. Yeah, pretty much, right? Alright, chapter 18. Closing accounts. Here we go. This is Country Girl's Story, chapter 18. Closing accounts. What are you thinking? You can't just leave. Cord stood stunned when Ellie revealed her plan to make a quick trek back to the Borum. Let alone going all the way back to the Gulf by yourself. I have smoke, and I don't have a reason to run her into the ground. Using her magic sparingly, it's a 4-day ride down there to take care of things. It's the same distance I came all alone and rushed when you called me back. She raised a slightly defensive hand. Granted, she'd expected this kind of retort, but he was being ridiculous. The road south was no great danger to a witch, especially one with the status of an elder. Even at a slower pace than the hurry she had traveled back to town, she was hardly left a sitting duck ready for an ambush. In case you forgot, I left everything on short notice. All right, he said slowly, watching her posture to gauge just how stubborn she was likely to be about this. Then I'm going with you. All objections or insistence that there was no need for them both to go all fell on deaf ears, and excuses that some long hours in the saddle at this time of year would do him good. She tried to talk him out of the idea until it was time to turn in for the night, but he wouldn't budge. If she was traveling to the Gulf, then so would he. Fine, she conceded, when she had run out of rational pillars to argue with. We leave tomorrow morning after breakfast. All right, I'll see you in the morning. Ellie felt only the slightest twinge of guilt just before dawn the next morning. She rode away from the ranch alone. She knew that out of all the outrageous things that had happened in the last few weeks, Cortez down in Borum, with her observing the person she was and how she had lived her time away from Hollow Point would be more than she could stand. Oh, the person she was and how she had lived. She doesn't want him to see her life that was out there. The remnants of a late autumn frost melted away. Cordero. Okay. The remains of a late autumn forest melted away during the day of her day of riding. Loneliness seeped into her the more miles she put between herself and the ranch. It wasn't the departure she'd expected for the days leading up to what she needed to be done for Gran's last rites. A little over a month had passed since it had all seemed so simple. Ellie was just returning for a few days to make whatever peace she didn't already have at the ranch. Maybe talk to Cord into leaving with her. Finally start figuring out how to go on with her life. Nothing earth-shattering was supposed to happen, right? Oh, how wrong she had been.
Aside from the weather warming up and the terrain flattening out as she rode, Ellie had to admit she wished she didn't feel compelled to make the trip without anyone else. The hours were long and the trail this late in the year was almost entirely empty. Heavy weight of isolation had found a place to settle so deep in her chest that there wasn't a fix for it. Not that it was unfamiliar to her. It was a weight she'd gotten used to carrying in the time since leaving home. She stopped to make camp just before sundown, after seeing smoke fed and watered at a small stream. She cozied up by the fire and opened her own food supply and jerked beef in a canteen of fresh... Fucking ads! I bit my tongue. Fuck. Ow. I don't believe in ads. If I don't believe in ads, ads don't exist. I don't believe in ads. And the next thing you know, you'll be buying them because you never know, they'll go down in your mind and out of sight, but oh so well, still to your soul. You'll know and not why you crave to spend, but I do. Those ads they send. Oh, it's such a grave thing in a world of this, where all we can do is watch ads of this and that. But I don't like these ads, they're not curated properly. Exactly, but you'll still buy the product. This is how you break outside of the box and finally find your audience, a new audience. You force it upon them, you cram it down their throats until it's the only taste they know! And then you sit back and watch as they come in droves with their faces honed towards those ads. And you say, but they are sheeple after all, right? As the money moves from their bank account to my bank account. That's all you need to do. Take money from bank account A, put it in bank account B. Sheepletainment. True. True, Electrancy. My problem is I don't do sheepletainment. I do high class, introspective, layered, thoughtful, retarded, over-the-top, hyperbolic, ridiculous content. 3, 2, 1, toke! And that's like the contrast between the content that's like I'm reading, for instance, and like the way that I act, right? Like we can read that like really intense, probably even maybe world monumental changing event of the Chilean government or presidential election, and then we can just go to fucking around again, right? It's like, yeah, sure, it's important, we did our thing with it, but now we can move it out of the way, right? Like, we don't need to dwell on it. We've done what we need to do with it, we can put it to the back of our mind now. If we come up with something else that we could do with it, we could work with it, but for now, it's like, well, we did what we could, right? She stopped to make camp just before sundown. After seeing smoke fed and watered at a small stream, she cozied up by the fire and opened her own food supply of jerked beef and a canteen of fresh, cool water. Ellie leaned back against her bedroll and savored the rest of the day in the saddle. The crackle of the fire and the quiet flow of the nearby stream were a balm to several weeks of adjusting to her life back at Hollow Point. After the constant presence of people needing answers and instructions from her, it was a balm she was beginning to understand she desperately needed. As night fell around her, Ellie was pulled out of her thoughts and watched the fire at the sound of marked footsteps and breaking leaves approaching. Darting around, now on alert and ready for a confrontation, she met the figure of Cord coming out of the shadows. "The hell are you doing here?" "Well, you agreed to let me go south with you," he smiled, taking his face by her, but not before tossing a folded up paper into the small fire. Ellie knew what it was. He was telling Dylan or Talia or both that he'd caught up and they were together on the road. "Or don't you remember? You followed me," Ellie asked. Now that he was here and had made himself known, she wasn't angry. She was more irritated with herself for not being better at spotting a tail. "Must have moved fast when you realized I left early." "Oh, I'm sorry. Was your sneaking out in the dark supposed to surprise me?" he asked, pulling out some bread and a flask of from his bag. He took a bite of the bread and offered her a drink. "I know you, Elv. I was expecting it." "Alright, you've made your point. Now you can go back home." "That's not happening." Cord yawned heavily as he stretched out against the log. "It's late, and we're more than a few hundred miles out of Palem already. No point in my turning around now, is there? All according to plan?" "Don't know what you're talking about, little sister." He held out his hand expectantly. "Now, are you going to share that, or what?" "Help yourself." Ellie rolled her eyes and passed him a broken off bit of the aged cheese and a strip of jerky. She stayed quiet, refusing to so much as look at him as he ate. Cord, in a way, only he could, didn't even try to keep arguing his case and just kept his eyes on her, waiting. He was right, damn him. They were almost a third of the way there, and being so dark and the weather uncertain, so close to winter, there was really no forbidding him from going on with her. "Fine, I guess we're both going down to the Gulf." "Good, you can show me around the city." "Oh, I regret this already. I still can't believe you lived here for almost 2 years." Every mile away from Palem, Cord had gotten more ornery. He'd been almost inconsolable when they had entered the city of Boron and made their way to the boarding house. "It's so cramped and loud, the people, the buildings. How do you deal with the saltwater marsh scent in every breath?" "I get used to it." Ellie had been so taken aback at his determination that he would accompany her to settle any leftover business that she had forgotten Cord had himself never been this far south in Tuwaya before. "And for the 100th time, you didn't have to come down here with me. It's just a few things that I felt I needed to do in person here in the city. I can very well handle it on my own and be back in Palem before the end of the next week." "This is where you've been living?" he asked, looking around the foyer of the boarding house. Cord had been actively ignoring her half-hearted arguments all day. "I would have thought you'd hate being so close, with people on top and underfoot night and day." "There's a special privacy ward on my door upstairs," Ellie hissed under her breath. They were approaching the short staircase where the landlady stood, busy haranguing another tenant. Alright, that's a new word for me. The one that was common knowledge was a local pack wolf, or something, or other, about a neighbor's cat that had apparently been missing since the 3rd night of the full moon. And as long as I meditated every night, I could manage. "Oh, Miss Ellie, I wish you'd sent word that you were on your way back." Mrs. Jennings turned her face, breaking into a wide surprised smile when she noticed them. "Your room is just as you left it, I guarantee it. Good to meet you, Mr. Margaret Jennings." "Cord Cortez." "Pleasure is mine." Cord took her hand and slightly raised it to his lips. Ellie stared at him in amazement. It wasn't like Cord to try for such a boldly gallant move, or to be successful at it. When had he become a flirt? "I'm Ellie's brother. Just came down with her. In 1 minute in your house, my opinion of the city has already improved." "Charmer, but I'm afraid you're out of luck." Mrs. Jennings colored as she gave a small nod. "Miss Ellie may have mentioned that I'm happily married. My husband is a wraith, sometimes allows jealousy to outweigh his nature for pacifism. Sorry about that, Mrs. Jennings. It's been a long ride," Ellie said. She gave Cord a quick elbow to his ribs. "I need to tell you, I won't be renting my room for much longer."
Unfortunately, I'm only back to settle things. I'll be leaving the city for good in the next few days. I'm needed back home in Palem. Oh, goodness! Lines of concern on the older woman's face deepened. I hope everything's all right. Nothing that worked won't work itself out eventually. Ellie shifted uncomfortably. Why should it be difficult to tell Mrs. Reynolds about the naming than anyone else? Why should it be as difficult to tell Mrs. Reynolds about the naming than anyone else? Another one of those sentences that goes right over my head. Just family business. I don't know where this came from. No, the Miss Reynolds. Like, the shift seems so abrupt and out of nowhere. I'm like, wait, why are we... Who's Miss Reynolds? Oh, is it supposed to say Jennings? Okay, that makes more sense. Fuck, I'm high. My bad. Naming than anyone else. Ah, forgot about that. No worries. Just family business. Wrong name. Yep. My sister is modest, Cord piped in. She's carrying on her family tradition as Coven Elder. Oh, honey. You told me so much about your gran. It felt like I knew her myself. I'm sorry for you, but congratulations. We'll be sad to see you go. But, if I might say, I don't think you ever really agreed with the city. She looked alongside at Cord and spoke seriously. Never seen anyone less suited to the open sea air. From what I felt a few miles outside the city limits, it's more common than you'd think, Cord said seriously. Granted, I grew up even farther north than she did. Oh, do tell. Originally from Arikantan, which is all the way on the other side of the Dakasa Mountains. Cleared his throat firmly, but Ellie thought she was likely the only one to notice. Cord was full of surprises today. He almost never talked about his childhood or the family he had cut ties with when he'd left home at the tender age of 17. Business of packing up and the small things Ellie had left behind was so simple it took less than half an hour before she was ready to leave it for one of the last times. Mrs. Jennings had insisted they were not to set out on the road again until they had plenty of food and sleep. Not seeing a choice, they agreed to remain at least one more night. See all easy, and things I've come down on my own, she said again, stopping to remove her mark from the doorframe. My things here are so few, nothing I couldn't handle. Just because you can do something on your own doesn't mean you should have to. He put on what was obvious as a good-natured front. Well, it was true, Ellie had never truly made a home out of the business of the city environment. It was nothing compared to how out of place Cord looked. Look, I know you were thrown into everything ever since you came back home. I feel bad about it, and I want to help make this time for you easier if I can. And you wouldn't want to miss a chance to meet Colt Borrowman in person. Minor details and entirely unselfish, I assure you. He allowed a sheepish grin to spread over his face, but didn't meet her eye. I'd hate to think you're leaving the territory and him with the impression that you're without someone to continue to help teach you how to shoot. Right, of course, Ellie said as they walked down the stairs. I'll have you know, brother, I've been complimented on my shooting since the first time he and I had a little target practice contest. He said I must have had one hell of a teacher. Did he? Cord asked. He sounded skeptical, but undeniably pleased with himself. And what did you say? Years of sneaking around to hide my natural talents. Ellie beamed at him coyly, then added a little something about foothells, witches, and how they preferred raw magic to trusting firearms. Sure you did, he scoffed. Elv, if there's one thing I know you'd never do, it's disparage Palem or the Coven to anyone outside the territory. You're just like Miss Kay that way. You love it too much, and it's shaped too much of who you are.
still hard to think that she's really gone. Ellie felt the shadow of grief fall over herself again. Being back in the city, it almost made her believe her life could have been as before. It left me in quite a mess, don't you think? She knew you could handle it, and you can. Oh yeah? What's difficult to handle? Ellie said bitterly. Just my father? Looked like he was swallowing broken glass when he found out that he was being passed over for me in just about every aspect. I get to play a political game that I hardly have a grasp of the players or even the rules. And on top of it all, it's becoming more and more obvious by the day that some kind of day of reckoning is coming with the Palem Pack. Excuse me. You know, Kay. You know, Kay told me a few of her stories of her younger years, like when her father died and they named her elder. He led them past Mrs. Jennings and towards the door. She was just as nervous as you are. She was a wife and mother, as my pa was good enough to remind me. Ellie hated agreeing with him, but there was an undeniable truth in what he said. She had a partner to lean on and children to keep our bloodline going. Do you really think any of that made what she had to do any easier, or better yet, did she feel any less alone? Cord sounded like he was worried she was taking her father's jabs too close to the heart. She still had to figure out what she wanted and needed to be happy in her own life and how to become a leader on her own terms, and keeping Hollow Point as the best land in the Coven. I think that was a scheme she and her father cooked up before he died. I remember her telling me she had my granddad's support. Kay had always liked to tell the story of how she swayed the tide of opinion. Their family built Hollow Point generations before. The family name might change, but the ranch wouldn't. Unfortunately, my father doesn't take after his mother in showing compassion to his children. And he's slunk back east with his tail between his legs. He's bright enough to know there's nothing he can do. Strange mixture of anger, Kingsley, and pride in Ellie flashed in his eyes. For the time being, it should be calm enough to give you a chance to gain your bearings. Miss Karras, it's good to see you again. Short, portly man with heavily greased hair, a penciled thin mustache, and a bright white collar around his neck approached them. He grasped Ellie's hand. I was afraid you had abandoned the city altogether. Sorry to say, Reverend, that's exactly what I'm doing. She nodded and gestured at the baggage they were carrying. Ellie felt a knot in her stomach. She went through the refrain yet again. Would stating these facts of life ever become easier? Life makes demands of us all, I'm afraid, and home is demanding me. I'm only here to tie up any loose ends before going back to Palem. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Karras. The minister nodded soberly. But I commend you for doing right by your family. Who is your friend? Oh, the beau of yours from up north. Making sure you come back. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my brother, Cordero Cortez. She waved between the two men. Cord, Reverend Simon Remlinger. Pleased to meet you, Rev. And you, my boy. Reverend Remlinger shook the offered hand warmly. Brother, you say? Can't say I see the resemblance. Adopt into the family, Cord said awkwardly. We tend to forget the difference. Very good of you both. I've always believed the ties of family far deeper than blood. He agreed. Then, after an especially noticeable rumble of his stomach, looked down himself, then to Ellie. And Cord. Down at himself, then to Ellie, and Cord, and then longing at the resting doors of the closed restaurant. Could I tempt either of you to step into Butler's pub and eat with me? Crab chowder here is especially good today. Big catch last night. Follow my lead and agree with me, or he'll keep us in there until midnight. Ellie firmly shared with Cord. She made as polite a refusal as possible, saying there was in fact far too much that needed to be done to sit down and enjoy themselves. Sorry to hear that, Reverend Remlinger said.
seeming not to notice the eagerness to escape. The offer stands if you find yourselves with free hour or two before you leave the city. Thank you, Reverend. I appreciate that. What the fuck is she grabbing? It has to be something important, right? Like, is it crystals? Is it books? Is it just her clothes? What's driving her to come back to grab all of this all of a sudden? And I'm guessing the next one's gonna be seeing the gun dude, the Colt. Just anything she didn't have room to pack in the hurry back. Okay, so there's nothing like super special that like she needed to pick up. So really and truly, it's like doesn't matter. That's what it feels like. That would be my criticism. It's like clothes, books, spare elements. Not naming some sort of specific thing that she specifically came back for, I feel is like missing out on this, and this feels kind of like filler without that aspect. Like, maybe lean more into it's not about the things, it's about saying goodbye. Right? And this is kind of like closure for her for moving on. Of like saying goodbye to everyone. But like put more of an emphasis on that. And that's the reason why she's here. She's not actually here to gather stuff. She's here to say goodbye. Because it's mentioned like once about Colt. But I'm guessing he's the main reason, right? That she wanted to come back and say goodbye. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the chapter. It definitely got into, like, expanding out, you know, the daily life and stuff like that. Like, the thing, showing the things that we're going to be missing from moving on from the story now. Fair enough. I'll either lean into that, or any of the stuff she left behind. Yeah, it just feels like she traveled for 4 days to pick up a couple of trinkets. Like, it makes me question what's going on in her mind right now. Is this just her attempting to even just run away for a couple days? Does she just need some time to herself? But those are all the questions that I'm asking myself. So I'm just hoping, I'm guessing in the next chapter that's going to be revealed, right? Like, especially the goodbye with, like, Colt and everything. I really need that phone charger. Guys, this is my favorite dress, okay? My favorite ring, my favorite jewelry. Oh, jewelry could be a good thing, country girl. Like, she was coming back for her own jewelry, her own stones, her own magic stones that she left behind or something like that. Because you've already talked about the stones for, like, Kay's rings and stuff like that, right? Was there any jewelry that, like, specifically, like, let's say, lesser power that Ellie has? Or is Ellie just the kind of person that doesn't have that kind of stuff? The next chapter, she gets her signature gun. Yeah, you were saying the next chapter is going to be her weapon. I'm super excited. Alright, Dreamy Bloody! Are you ready now? I'm sorry it took forever, bro. But that's just kind of how it goes sometimes, right? Do I have Dreamy on here? It's nearly 11 and I must say goodnight. Sounds good. No worries, Dreamy disappeared. Alright, no worries. We can just save this for... Save this for another time, I know. You'll most likely be back at some point in time. Alright. So, then we have... did you ever get to the Mother of Learning Chapter 1 yesterday? No, but we have it here and ready to go. If we didn't... We'll have to read it on a day that we don't have beta reading. Or, like, video premiere or something like that. So, maybe we'll read it tomorrow at the beginning of the stream. Weekends are usually generally busier because people have time to stay up late. So... Oh, totally. I want to see other beta reads. Yeah, like I said, it's like, there's two types of content. Content that I produce and content that you guys produce. Content that I produce will never expire. Content that you guys produce expires with your viewership. So, always do the viewer content first, because you never know when that could expire. And that just elongates your content, right? But not in a filler way, in a meaningful way. Because then you're getting interaction with your community. Eye of the World, chapter 39. Are we ready? It's actually gonna have ads in a sec here. So I will be right back.
Okay. Has the ad come yet, or are we still waiting for the ad? Of course. Yup. Figures. I have been walking for nads. Nah. Fuck. Which is, I need to go on a cruise. If they're paying for it, I'm 100% going. I'll get my passport right fucking now. Because I'd have to start walking because it's like a 14-hour walk. We're back! Yeah! Maybe I should write a novel about a cruise. Do like the whole... Oh, you know what would be really cool, Electrency? So it's like... There's parts of the world that are undiscovered that are like hidden underground or some shit like that, like Center of the Earth, like Journey to the Center of the Earth kind of shit. And there's this, like, basically the government's established this cruise line in order to, like, fake, yeah, like, they're promoting it as it's, like, it's fake. That it's, like, they built the environment, and it's, like, meant to, like, represent, like, like, being on a different planet or something like that, but it's all, like, actually real. People get, like, stranded on one of the islands or something, and there's, like, animals on it that aren't, like, from Earth and shit like that. And it's just, like, fucking mind-blowing stuff. That would be crazy. I can just imagine that story right now. Oh. And that is why I have such good ideas. Everyone thinks it's a Disney ride. Yeah, legit. Everyone thinks it's a fucking Disney ride. It's like Disneyland literally built its own fucking continent. And it's like something like some sort of stupid thing like, oh, we took all of the trash that was in the Atlantic Ocean and we turned it into the new Disneyland. But it's actually like some fucked up unexplored area that, like, they're basically trying to hide. Even the deaths are like, oh, that was scripted. It's supposed to be immersive, you know? And then they have, like, you know, people have, like, body doubles and stuff like that. So they have, like, a bunch of body doubles of people. So it's like, look, they didn't die, they're real, they're right there. So much shit you could do with that. Pattern of why is it that no one can ever identify the bodies? It's because there are no bodies. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't worry about it. See, it fills its own plot holes. Oh, man. Alright. Eye of the World. Chapter 39, Weaving of the Web. As my nose goes, I will weave you out. Rand looked down at the crowds from the high window of his room in the Queen's Blessing. They ran shouting along the street, all streaming in the same direction, waving pennants and banners. The White Lion standing guard on 1,000 fields of red. Cameliners and Outlanders. They ran together, and for a change, no one appeared to want to bash anyone else's head. Today, maybe, there was only one faction. He turned from the window, grinning. Next to the day when Egwin and Perrin walked in, alive and laughing over what they had seen. This was the day he had been waiting for most. "Are you coming?" he asked again. Matt glowered from where he lay, curled up in a ball on his bed. "Take that Trolloc you're so friendly with." "Blood and ashes, Matt. He's not a Trolloc. You're just being stubborn stupid. How many times do you want to have this argument? Light. It's not as if you'd have never heard of Ogier before." "Never heard they looked like Trollocs." Matt pushed his face into his pillow and curled himself tighter. "Stubborn stupid," Matt muttered. "How long are you going to hide up here? I'm not going to keep bringing you your meals up all those stairs forever. You could do with a bath, too." Matt shrugged around on the bed as if he were trying to burrow deeper into it. Rand sighed and then went to the door. "Last chance to go together, Matt. I'm leaving now." Closed the door and slowly hoped that Matt would change his mind, but his friend did not stir. The door clicked shut. In the hallway, he leaned against the doorframe. Master Gill said there was an old woman 2 streets over, Mother Grubb, who sold herbs and poultices, besides birthing babies, tending the sick, and telling fortunes. She sounded a little like a Wisdom, and a Neve was who Matt needed, or maybe Moiraine, but Brother Grubb was who he had. Bringing her to the Queen's Blessing might bring the wrong kind of attention as well, though, if she would even come. For her, as well as for Matt and him. Herbalists and hedge doctors were lying low in Camelin right now. There was talk against anyone who did any kind of healing, or fortune-telling. Every night, the Dragon's Fang was scrawled on doors with a free hand, sometimes even in the daylight. People might forget who had cured their fevers and poulticed their toothaches when the cry of Dark Friend went up. That was the temper in the city. It was not as if Matt were really sick. He ate everything Rand carried up from the kitchen. He would take nothing from anyone else's hand, though. He never complained about the aches or fever. He just refused to leave the room, but Rand had been sure today would bring him out. He settled his cloak on his shoulders and hitched his sword belt around the sword, and the red cloth wrapped around it was covered more. At the foot of the stairs, he met Master Gill just starting up. "There's someone been asking for you in the city," the innkeeper said around his pipe. Rand felt a surge of hope. "Asking after you and those of yours by name, you younglings. Anyway, seems to want you 3 lads most." Anxiety replaced hope. "Who?" Rand asked. He still could not help glancing up at the hallway, except for the 2. It was empty. From the exit to the alley to the common room door. "Don't know his name, just heard about him. I hear most things in Camelin eventually. Beggar." The innkeeper grunted. "Half mad, I hear. Even so, he could take the Queen's bounty at the palace, even with things as hard as they are. On high days, the Queen gives it out on her own, with her own hands, and there's never anyone turned away for any reason. No one needs to beg in Camelin. Even a man under warrant can't be arrested while he's taking the Queen's bounty." "A Dark Friend?" Rand said reluctantly. "If the Dark Friends know our names." "You've got Dark Friends on the brain, young fellow. They're around." "Certainly, but just because the White Cloaks have everybody stirred up is no reason for you to think the city's full of them. Do you know what rumor those idiots have started now? Strange shapes. Can you believe it? Strange shapes creeping around outside the city in the night." The innkeeper chuckled till his belly shook. Rand did not feel like laughing. Hyam Kinch had talked about strange shapes. And there had surely enough been a fade back there. Kind of shapes. What kind? I don't know what kind. Strange shapes. Trollocs, probably. The snowman kind. Luz Theron Kinslayer himself. Come back 50 feet high. What kind of shapes do you think people will imagine now the idea is in their heads? It's none of our worry. Master Gill eyed him for a moment. Going out, are we? Well, I can't say I care for it myself, even today. But there's hardly anybody left here but me. Not your friend? That's not feeling well. Maybe later. Well, be that as it may, you watch yourself. Now even today, good Queen's men will be outnumbered out there. Light burn the day I ever thought to see it so. Best you leave by the alleyway. There's two of those blood-be-damned traitors sitting across the street watching my front door. They know where I stand, by the light. Rand stuck his head out and looked both ways before slipping into the alley. A bulky man Master Gill had hired stood at the end of the alley, leaning on a spear and watching the people run past in the apparent lack of interest. It was only apparent, Rand knew. The fellow, his name was Lamwing. Lamingwin. Saw everything through those heavy-lidded eyes, and for all his bullish bulk, he could move like a cat. He also thought Queen Morghese was the light made flesh, or near enough. There was a dozen like him scattered around the Queen's blessing. Lamwig's ear twitched when Rand reached the mouth of the alley, but he never took his disinterest off the street. Rand knew the man had heard him coming. Watch your back today, man. Lamwing's voice sounded like gravel in a pan. When the trouble starts, you'll be a handy one to have here, not somewhere with a knife in your back. Rand glanced at the blocky man, but his surprise was muted. He always tried to keep the sword out of sight, but this was not the very first time one of Master Gill's men had assumed he would know his way in a fight. Lamingwin did not look back at him. The man's jaw was guarding the inn, and he did it. Pushing his sword back a little further under his cloak, Rand joined the flow of people. He saw the two men and the innkeeper had mentioned standing on upturned barrels across the street from the inn so they could see over the crowd. He did not think they noticed him coming out of the alley. They made no secret of their allegiance. Not only were their swords wrapped in white tied with red, they wore white armbands and white cockades with their hats. He had not been in Camelin long before learning that red wrappings on a sword or a red armband or cockade meant support for Queen Morghese. White said the Queen and her involvement with Aes Sedai's and Tar Valon were to blame for everything that had gone wrong. For the weather and the failed crops, maybe even for the false dragon. He did not want to get involved in Camelin politics, only it was too late now. It was not just that he had already chosen by accident, but there it was. Matters of the city had gone beyond letting anyone stay neutral. Even outlanders wore cockades and armbands or wrapped their swords, and more the white than red. Maybe some of them did not think that way, but they were far from home, and that was kind of sentiment was running in Camelin. Men who supported the Queen went about as groups for their own protection, when they went out at all. Today, though, it was different. On the surface, at least. Today, Camelin celebrated a victory of the light over the shadow. Today, the false dragon was being brought into the city, to be displayed before the Queen before he was taken north to Tar Valon. No one talked about that part of it. No one but the Aes Sedai could deal with a man who could actually wield the one power. Of course, but no one wanted to talk about it. The light had defeated the shadow. The soldiers from Andor had been on the forefront of the battle. For today, that was all that was important. For today, everything else could be forgotten. Or could it? Rand wondered. The crowd ran, singing and waving banners, laughing, but men displaying the red kept together in knots of 10 or 20, and there were no women or children with them. He thought there were at least 10 men showing white for every one proclaiming allegiance to the Queen. Not for the first time, he wished. white cloak had been, white cloth had been the cheaper. But would Master Gil have helped if he'd been showing with the white? The crowd was so thick, jostling was inevitable. Even white cloaks did not enjoy their little open spaces in the throng today. As Rand let the crowd carry him forward, the inner city, he realized that not all animosities were being reined in. He saw one of the Children of the Light, one of three, bumped so hard he almost fell. The White Cloak barely caught himself and started an angry oath at the man who had bumped him when the man said, "Oh shit, Hellish Mist! Thank you for the raid! Welcome everyone! How's it going, Hellish? How's your stream today? What were you guys up to? Playing more Marvel Rivals? It was interesting. Is that a good interesting or a bad interesting? I wrote about 4K of words over 8 to 9 hours. Damn! Nice, Hellish! Fuck yeah! That's what we're talking about. Still carrying on with the old idea of the book? Or working on something new? Didn't sleep yesterday and I'm still sick, and yeah, same book. My writing is so much better now. But I gotta go, I'm dead. Oh, no worries, Hellish. Have a great night. Take care. Get some sleep. Yeah, I know, I got my fucking runny nose and shit today. I feel sick too. Fucking sucks. But yeah, take care. Have a good night. Feel refreshed, man. Come back stronger tomorrow. I believe in you. You got this. Much love, man. Hope you feel better. Yeah, it's just the fucking nose. Sneezing, nosing. You know, I'm just hoping it doesn't turn into a headache, but it's damn cold out there now. It's like minus 22 outside, fucking snowing and shit. It's ridiculous. It's like, kill me now! I don't like this transition to winter. The White Cloak barely caught himself and started an angry oath at the man who bumped him when another man staggered him with a deliberate aimed shoulder. Before matters could go any further, the White Cloak's companions pulled him over to the side of the street to where he could shelter in a doorway. Three seemed caught between their normal glaring stare and disbelief. Crowds streamed on by as if none had noticed, and perhaps not had. Ah, Jesus. True. No one would have dared do such a thing 2 days earlier. More, Rand realized, the men who had done the bumping were white cockades on their hat. Wore white cockades on their hats. It was widely believed the White Cloak supported these two those who opposed the Queen and her Aes Sedai advisor, but that made no difference. Men were doing things of which they had never before thought, jostling a White Cloak today, tomorrow, perhaps pulling down a Queen. Suddenly he wished there were a few more men close to him showing red, jostled by white cockades and armbands. He abruptly felt very alone. White Cloaks noticed him looking at them and stared back as if meeting a challenge. He let a singing swirl in the crowd sweep him out of their sight, and joined in their song. Forward the lion, forward the lion, the white lion takes the field, roar defiance at the shadow. Forward the lion, forward and/or triumph. The route that would bring the false dragon to Camelin was well known. Those streets themselves were kept clear by solid lines of the Queen's guards and red-cloaked pikemen. People packed the edges of them shoulder to shoulder, even the windows and the rooftops. Rand worked his way into the inner city, trying to get closer to the palace. He had some thought of actually seeing Loghain displayed before the Queen. To see the false dragon and a queen, both, that was something he had never dreamed of back home. The inner city was built on hills, and much of what the Ogier had made still remained, where streets in the new city mostly ran every which way in a crazy quilt. Here they followed the curves of the hills as if they were a natural part of the earth. Sweeping rises and dips presented new and surprising vistas at every turn. Parks seen from different angles, even from above, where their walks and monuments made patterns pleasing to the eye, though barely touched with green. Towers suddenly revealed tile-covered walls glittering in the sunlight in 100 changing colors. Suddenly rises where the gaze was thrown out accessed the entire city to the rolling plains and forests beyond. All in all, it would have been something to see if not for the crowd that hurried him along before he had a chance to really take it in. All those curving streets made it impossible to see very far ahead. Abruptly, he was swept around a bend, and there was a palace. The streets, even following the natural contours of the land, had been laid out a spiral on this side. This gleeman's tale of pale spires and golden domes and intricate stonework traceries. The banner of Andor waving from every prominence, the centerpiece for which all the other vistas had been designed, seemed more sculpted by an artist than simply built like ordinary buildings. That glimpse showed him he would get no nearer. No one was being allowed close to the palace. Queen's guards made scarlet ranks 10 deep, flanking the palace gates. Along the tops of the white walls on high balconies and towers, more guards stood rigidly straight, bows precisely slanted across breastplated chests. They, too, looked like something out of a gleeman's tale, a guard of horror. But Rand did not believe that was why they were there. The clamoring crowd lining the streets was almost solid with white-wrapped swords, white armbands, and white cockades. Only here and there was the white wall broken by a knot of red. The red-uniformed guards seemed a thin barrier against all that white. Giving up on making his way closer to the palace, he sought a place where he could use his height to advantage. He did not have to be in the front row to see everything. The crowd shifted constantly, people shoving to get nearer the front, people hurrying off to what they thought was a better vantage point. In one of those shifts, he found himself only 3 people from the open street, and all in front of him were shorter than he, including the pikemen. Almost everyone was. People crowded against him from both sides, sweating from the press of so many bodies. Those behind him muttered about not being able to see, and tried to wiggle past. He stood his ground, making an impervious wall with those to their side. He was content. When the false dragon passed by, he would be close enough to see the man's face clearly. Across the street and down toward the gates of the new city, a ripple passed through the tight-packed crowd. Around the curve, an eddy of people was drawing back to let something go by. It was not like the clear space that followed white cloaks on any day, but today, as people jerked themselves back with startled glances that became grimaces of distaste. Pressing themselves out of the way, they turned their faces from whatever it was, but watching out of the corners of their eyes until it was past. Other eyes around him noted the disturbance, too keyed for the coming of the dragon. But with nothing to do now but wait, crowd found anything all worthy of comment. He heard speculation ranging from an Aes Sedai to Logain himself, and a few coarser suggestions that brought rough laughter from the men and disdainful sniffs from the women. The ripple meandered through the crowd,
drawing closer to the edge of the street as it came. No one seemed to hesitate in letting it go where it wanted, even if it meant losing a good spot for viewing as the crowd flowed back to itself, behind the passing. Firstly, directly across from Rand, the crowd bulged into the street, passing aside red-cloaked pikemen who struggled to shove them back, and broke open. The stooped shape that shuffled hesitantly out into the open looked more like a pile of filthy rags than a man. Rand heard murmurs of disgust around him. The ragged man paused on the far edge of the street, his cowl torn and stiff with dirt, swung back and forth as if searching for something or listening. Abruptly, he gave a wordless cry and flung out a dirty claw of a hand, pointing straight at Rand. Immediately, he began to scuttle across the street like a bug. The beggar. Whatever ill chance had led the man to him like this, Rand was suddenly sure that, dark friend or not, he did not want to meet him face to face. He could feel the beggar's eyes, like greasy water on his skin. Especially, he did not want the man close to him here, surrounded by people, balanced on the brink of violence. The same voices that had laughed before now cursed him as he pushed his way back, away from the street. He hurried, knowing the densely packed mass through which he had to shove to wriggle would give way before the filthy man. Struggling to force a path through the crowd, he staggered and almost fell when he abruptly broke free. Flailing his arms to keep his balance, he turned the stagger into a run. People pointed at him. He was the only one not to have. He was the only one not pressing the other way, running at that. Shouts followed him. His cloak flapped behind him, exposing his red-clad sword. When he realized that, he ran faster. A lone supporter of the Queen, running, could well spark a white cockaded mob to pursue. Even today, he ran, letting his long legs eat paving stone. Not until the shouts were left far behind did he allow himself to collapse against a wall, panting. He did not know where he was, except that he was still within the inner wall. He could not remember how many twists and turns he had taken along those curving streets. Poised to run again, he looked back the way he had come. Only one person moved on the street, a woman walking placidly along with her shopping basket. Most everyone in the city was gathered for a glimpse of the false dragon. He can't have followed me. I must have left him behind. The beggar would not give up. He was sure of it, though he could not say why. That ragged shape would be working its way through the crowds at that very moment, searching, and if Rand returned to see Logain, he ran the risk of meeting a man. For a moment he considered going back to the Queen's blessing, but he was sure he would never get another chance to see a queen, and he hoped he would never get another chance to see a false dragon. There seemed to be something cowardly in letting a bent beggar, even a dark friend, chasten into hiding. Looked around, considering the way the inner city was laid out. Buildings were kept low. If there were buildings at all, so that someone standing at a particular spot would have nothing to interpret the planned view, there had to be places from where he could see the procession pass with the false dragon. Even if he could not see the Queen, he could see Logain. Suddenly determined, he set off. In the middle hour, he found several such places, every last one already packed cheek to cheek with people, avoiding the crush along the procession route. They were a solid front of white cockades and armbands, not red at all. Thinking what the sight of his sword might do in a crowd like that, he slipped away carefully and quickly. Shouting floated up from the new city, cries and the blaring of trumpets, martial beat of drums. Logain and his escort were already in Camelin, already on their way to the temple, on the way to the palace.
Despirited, he wandered the all but empty streets, still half-heartedly hoping to find some way to see Logain. His eyes fell on the slope, bare of buildings rising above the street where he was walking. In a normal spring, the slope would be an expanse of flowers and grass. Fucking ads. God damn it. Ugh. How do we put up with so many ads so much over and over, guys? How does our society deal with it? Why would we ever want this? It's not the solution. It's just another fucking band-aid in a system that has let us down. And actually, I'd say we let the system down, because we haven't let the system evolve even though we have evolved. And it's not good. It's really not good. So I'll say this once and only once. Truer words have never been spoken. Are we back? We back! Welcome back! From the ads. The almighty interrupting ads. The magnificent, over the top, not well done. Ads. Fuck ads. Dispirited, he wandered the all but empty streets, still half-heartedly hoping to find some way to see Logain. His eyes fell on the slope, bare of buildings rising above the street where he was walking. In a normal spring, the slope would be an expanse of flowers and grass, but now it was brown all the way to the high wall along its crest, a wall over which the tops of trees were visible. This part of the street had not been designed for any grand view, but just ahead. Over the rooftops, he could see some of the palace spires, topped by white lion banners fluttering in the wind. He was not sure exactly where the curve of the street ran after it rounded the hill beyond his sight, but he definitely had a thought about that hilltop wall. The drums and trumpets were drawing nearer. The shouting grew louder. Anxiously, he scrambled up the slope. It was not meant to be climbed, but he dug his boots into the dead sod and pulled himself up, using leaflets, shrubs, and handholds. Panting as much with desire as effort, he scrambled the last yards to the wall. It reared above him. Easily twice the height and more. The air thundered with the drumbeat, rang with trumpet blasts. Face of the wall had been left much to the natural state of stone. The huge blocks filtered anything so well. The joints were independent. Reared above him, easily twice the height and more. The air thundered with a drumbeat, rang with trumpet blasts. The face of the wall had been left much to the natural state of the stone. Huge blocks fitted together so well that the joints were nearly invisible.
the roughness making it seem almost a natural cliff. Rand grinned. The cliffs just beyond the sand hills were higher, and even Perrin had climbed those. His hands sought rocky knobs. His booted feet found ridges. The drums raced him as he climbed. He focused. He refused to let him win. He would reach the top before they reached the palace. In his haste, the stone tore his hands and scraped his knees through his breeches, but he flung his arms over the top and heaved himself up with a scene of victory. Hastily, he twisted himself around and to seat on the flat, narrow top of the wall. To a seat on the flat, narrow top of the wall. The leafy branches of the towering trees stuck out over his head, but he had no thought for that. He looked across the tiled rooftops. But from the wall, his line of sight was clear. He leaned out just a little and could see the palace gate, and the Queen's guards drawn up there, and the expectant crowd expectant. Their shouts drowned by the by the thunder of drums and trumpets, but waiting still. I grinned. I won. Even as he settled in place, the first part of the procession rounded the final curve before the palace. 20 ranks of trumpeters came first, splitting the air with peal after triumphant peal, the fanfare of victory. Behind them, as many drummers thundered. Even then came the banners of Camelin, white lions on red, borne by mounted men, followed by the soldiers of Camelin, rank on rank on rank of horsemen, armor gleaming, lances proudly held, crimson pendants fluttering. Treble rows of pikemen and archers flanked them, and came on and on after the horsemen began passing between the waiting guards and therefore the palace gates. The last of the foot soldiers rounded the curve, and behind them was massive wagon. 16 horses pulled it in hitches of 4. To the center of its flatbed was a larger case of iron bars, and on one each corner of the hardwood sat 2 women, watching the cage as intently as if the procession and the crowd did not exist. Ace Sedai, he was certain. Between the wagon and the footmen, and to either side, rode a dozen warders, their cloaks swirling and tangling the eye. If the Aes Sedai ignored the crowd, the warders scanned it as if there were no other guards but they. With all of that, it was the man in the cage who caught and held Rand's eyes. He was not close enough to see Loghain's face, as he always wanted to, but suddenly he thought he was as close as he cared for. The false dragon was a tall man with long dark hair curling around his broad shoulders. He led himself upright against the sway of the wagon with one hand on the bars over his head. His clothes seemed ordinary, a cloak and coat and breeches that would not have caused comment in any farming village. Toke! Is that titties, tokes, and ass? Titties, tokes, and ass? Tokes, titties, and ass? I can deal with that, Queen. Get your tokes ready! Aw, I put an A instead of an S. Yes, unfortunate. But hey, I still saw it. So we can still tokety toke, tokety toke, toke, tokety toke, tokety toke, 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 toke. Oh, fuck. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, toke.
Okay. We're almost done. Let's go. He was not close enough to see Logain's face, as he had wanted to, but suddenly he thought he was close as he cared for. The false dragon was a tall man with long dark hair curling around his broad shoulders. He held himself upright against the sway of the wagon with one hand on the bars over his head. His clothes seemed ordinary, cloak and coat and breeches. They would not have caused a comment in any farming village, but the way he wore them, the way he held himself, Logain was a king in every inch of them. Cage might as well not have been there. He held himself erect, head high, and looked over the crowd as if they had come to do him honor. And wherever his gaze swept, there the people fell silent, staring back in awe. When Logain's eyes left them, they screamed with redoubled fury as if to make up for their silence. But it made no difference in the way the man stood or in the silence that passed along with him. As the wagon rolled through the palace gates, he turned to look back at the assembled masses. They howled at him. Beyond words, a wave of sheer animal hate and fear, and Logain threw back his head and laughed as the palace swallowed him. Other contingents followed behind the wagons, with banners representing more who had fought and defeated the false dragon, the gold bees of Ilion, and the three crescents of Tyr, the rising sun of Carhane, others, many others, of nations and of cities and of great men with their own trumpets, their own drums to thunder their grandeur. It was anticlimactic after Logain. Rand leaned out a bit further to try and catch one last sight of the caged man. He was defeated, wasn't he? Light. He wouldn't be in a bloody cage if he wasn't defeated. Overbalanced, he slipped and grabbed at the top of the wall, pulled himself back up to somewhat safer seat. Logain gone, he became aware of the burning in his hands, where the stone had scraped his palms and fingers, but he could not shake free of the images. The cage and the Aes Sedai, Logain undefeated. No matter the cage, that had not been a defeated man. He shivered and rubbed his stinging hands on his thighs. Why were the Aes Sedai watching him? He wondered aloud. They're keeping him in touch with the true source. Silly? He jerked to look up toward the girl's face, and suddenly his precarious seat was gone. He had only time to realize that he was toppling backward, falling, when something struck his head, and a laughing Logain chased him into spinning darkness. Damn, Rand just got fucked up. I wonder if that's the girl that he met that at the bar, the whatchamacallit. Fuck, I can't remember her name. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, guys, we're gonna call it here, because I don't want... I feel like shit. And when I feel like shit, I just need a good night's sleep. So... seems like we wear ourselves out through the week, and then we get our break on Sunday. So... yeah, we're gonna call it here, but we'll be back again tomorrow, as always. So, thanks for hanging out, thanks for coming by, you guys are fucking amazing. Thank you, Hellish, for the raid, always fucking amazing. Hopefully, I can get over this, and we'll feel better for tomorrow. And remember, you guys are fucking awesome, never stop being you, never stop creating, never stop spreading yourself to everyone around you. Infect them with all that you are. Anyways, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I was looking forward to the raid. Peace! Hell yeah, guys, get your views ready. We'll be back same time tomorrow, so have your stories ready. But where should we go as of right now? Well... Looks like there's only one out there, so let's go give him some rep. Boys! Let's give him the good stuff. Alright, we'll see you on the other side. Fuck you guys. Peace!
The feeling that I'm just shooting to meet my word count goals, and that once I do the second round, you come in right when I'm complaining about myself. What are you doing? Alright. Hold on a second. Welcome in, Raiders. I appreciate you all coming on by. My name's
See
Frozen
you
Scarecrow.
tomorrow.